All right, so Shabbat Shalom. Welcome back. Happy Sabbath, everybody. Glad everyone can make it here. So today we're going to be going over the calendar as usual. We're going to be going over Passover week with Messiah's death, burial, and resurrection, and walking it through scriptures. Going to go over the moon map a bit. So yeah, welcome all, and all who will be listening in the future as well. So, all right, so I wanted to start by saying a prayer first, and then we'll jump right into it. Excuse me. Father Abba Yahuwah, we come to you in prayer to thank you for all of the blessings and the guidance that you have shown us. We thank you for your Sabbath day and your day of rest that you've given all of us. And we thank you for the fellowship and all of those who are gathered with us today. And I want to pray for all of those who are struggling through trials and tribulations and sicknesses, whatever it is. We all need your help and your strength to endure. And I pray to you in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach. Amen. All right, so let's start with the calendar. Now let me get there real quick. All right. So can everybody hear me pretty well?
Yes.
Awesome. So I wanted to start here right in the beginning of scriptures, Genesis 1 through 5. So in the beginning, Elohim created the Shamayim and the earth came to be formless and empty, and dark was on the face of the deep. And the Ruach of Elohim was moving in the face of the waters. And Elohim said, "Let light come to be." And light came to be, and Elohim saw the light, that it was good. And Elohim separated the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there came to be evening, and there came to be morning, day one. So here we can see before day one, which happened when the light was created. So when he said, "Let light come to be," that's when the beginning of day one happened. So before that, there was a formless void of darkness that existed for an unknown amount of time. So taking this into account, there's a division of time before time that we can see, or a divider that is accounted for in Creation Week. And since Creation Week is the standard to start each year, we must take this void of time into account as well. And this is that divider day that's going to separate the years. So Yahuwah works in divisions. He divides the light from the darkness. He divides the days. He divides the weeks, the months, the seasons as well. So why wouldn't there be a yearly divider? Like, it only makes sense. So this divider day keeps the calendar in sync with the heavenly markers each year, without drifting behind them or in front of them even, and then adding 7 days to the year to catch back up. So Yahuwah didn't give us the heavenly signs and then tell us to wait until a Wednesday or let the sign drift forward or behind each year to catch back up to them. So here's an example of what I'm explaining here. So Genesis 1 through 2 is explaining this darkness that existed, or this void of time. Then when he says, "Let light come to be," this is the start of day one. then we have evening, and then we have morning. All that is included in this first day, this first cycle of day and night. And then we have here Enoch 72, 4 through 6. This is going to be talking about two different portals. So we're going to start, this is going to be verse 5, I believe. Where is it? Here it is. So, and the sun goes down from the Shamayim and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to that portal and shines in the face of heaven, the Shamayim. So he comes to this portal that's in heaven, and then he's shining in the face of heaven. So in this way, he's rising in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth. So in verse 5 of 72, we see it shows the sun enters into the portal of heaven, shines in heaven, and in the same way, he rises in that great portal, the fourth. So it's talking about two portals here. So one's in heaven, which is that yearly divider day. And then the other is that great fourth portal, which is starting the monthly count. So we can see the equilux, Enoch 72:32, talking about equal day and equal night. So there's quite a few that are not understanding this for some reason. It's pretty simple. You know, on that day, the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and then the day to 9 parts. And the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days, 364. So Enoch is literally defining the equilux. So if we have 12 hours of light, which is going to be a day, and there's only 24 hours in a day, that would leave only 12 hours of darkness. So the people, there's some who are saying, that's not what Enoch's describing, and this, he's talking about something else. And I've even heard people say, 12 hours of the daytime doesn't necessarily mean 12 hours of darkness. Well, if we have a 24-hour cycle and there's 12 hours of day, the only other option is 12 hours of night. So, yes, when there's 12 hours of daytime, there will be 12 hours of nighttime. It's fascinating, some of the things I've heard. So he's defining the equilux here. And yes, the equilux will vary depending on your geological location. But the important thing is where were the sons of Zadok? In Qumran. They were in Israel. So we should be tracking this from Israel. This can be tracked through modern technology. And you will see March 16th will be exactly 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night in Israel. Now, the Qumran community had a sundial, and which we'll go into here in a moment, but it has this, we've talked about it many times, but it has this little, kind of equal looking marker there, which is happening just before the equinox marker, which is marking day 4. So this is how I believe they tracked the equilux using their sundial. And then Enoch 74:11 is talking about the excess of the sun and stars. So we will have 6 days in 5 years that it will amount to of this excess of sun and the stars. So if we divide 6 by 5, we get the 1.2, which is going to be the 1.25 days each year. We end up with a solar year. And this is 365.25. So the excess of sun and stars was designed for the purpose to compensate for this division of time before time that occurred in creation week. So when we use the one out of the 1.25, we have this 0.25 that in 4 years will add up to another day. And this is alluded to in Job chapter 3, verse 1 through 7. But here we'll go. I believe this is verse 7. So let it not be included among the days of the year. Let it not come into the number of months. Let it be silent, no singing come into it. And then Genesis 5:23 through 24 is talking about all the days of the earth Enoch walked, and it was 365, which is very interesting. Because day 365, let me just read it. So we could see Enoch walked the earth 365 years. The divider day is day 365, although it's not counted in the numbering of days, months, or years. So again, I go into more detail of why Enoch is speaking of the equilux and not the equinox here, which we've gone into a lot. And then Jubilees 2:9. So we're going to see the sun is going to be the sign for weeks, for days, weeks, months, years, Sabbaths, Jubilees, seasons, all seasons. This is the sun. Jubilees 2:9 is appointed for these things. So here in Jubilees 2:20 through 21, we can see there's a sign for when the weekly Sabbath day will be. So this is going to be verse 21 beginning. So he created therein a sign. So the sign, which we just read, is going to be the sun in verse 9, that they should guard the Sabbath with us on the seventh day. Us meaning the angels, the ones in heaven. So why would there need to be a sign that we would have to guard the Sabbath together with them on the seventh day in heaven, if there wasn't a division that happens each year, resetting the 7-day count each year? So this is where I kind of explain what I just talked about. But this is when the spring equinox happens every year, the vernal equinox. So on day 4 of the week, when the sun, moon, and stars were created to track the time, and day 1 of month 1 is going to be on day 4 of creation week. Then 3 days later is always the Sabbath. So why would there be a sign the angel of YAHUAH is mentioning in Jubilees if the Sabbath was a never-ending cycle of 7 days without this divider? So how can the Sabbath day be lost if this was the case? Which is what Lamentations 2:6 is explaining. So he's demolished his booth like a garden. He's destroyed his place of meeting. And YAHUAH has made the appointed times and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion, and despises sovereigns and priests in his raging displeasure. So this is clearly showing the Sabbath day will be lost. And 4Q320. So I'm going to go over our clarification verse here. So it's the sun that's rising due east. It shines at the celestial equator on the horizon at dawn, meaning as the night is becoming morning. On day 4 is Gamul in the first month of the first year. This is also supported by 4Q324D as well. and also 4QMMT as well, talking about day 4 is the Tekufa, which is what they called the equinox. And then 7412 in Enoch. So the sun and the stars are bringing in all the years exactly, so they don't advance or delay their position by a single day. So again, we've shown a lot of our evidence we have of the signs in the stars and the signs of the sun, meaning the equilux and the equinox of the sun, and the sun rising in Pisces on March 16th. That's when the sun starts rising right there in Pisces, showing, these are the signs of the stars, and is matching what we have found. So there's a lot of people that there's a mistranslation a lot of versions would use, and instead of saying the sun and the stars, it removes sun and stars completely and inserts just the moon, which is very false, and it's a faulty translation doing it that way. So right here, I'm gonna go into that. So all the verses around Enoch 74:12 are all stating the moon will be off every year, and even takes its own course, proving the translations that falsely insert moon here are in error. Not to mention the plural, they do not advance or delay, is a big clue as well, as when moon is inserted falsely, it still says they in that phrase for the singular word moon. And there are many verses that will allude to day 4, and the equinox being the sign from YAHUAH to begin the counting of months. Also, to back up Enoch 74:12, we're going to look at Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, which is going to back up it's the sun and the stars and not the moon. So these are going to be all the verses we have, which are showing day 4, the head of the months, the equinox is marking day 4. Exodus 27:13, Exodus 38:13, Exodus 40:1-2. We got 2 Chronicles 29:3-17. We got 1 Samuel 25, Exodus 12:1-2, Job 38:4-5. And then again, we have 4th commandment is keep the Sabbath. 4th day of creation is when the sun, moon, and stars were created. The 4th gate, or the Gadol Dalet, which is the 4th letter of the alphabet, which means the door or the passageway. And then the menorah, 4th branch is the longest straight branch. And then 3 branches later is the 7th branch, which is Shabbat. And again, this is just an example of the temple tracking the equinox as it happened, marking day 4. Because only on day 4 is it going to shine through the 2 pillars and light up the Holy of Holies here. And again, Ezekiel 43:1-5 is going to be a perfect example of this picture right here. His esteem shone from the east. His esteem came from into the house by the way of the gate facing east. The esteem of YAHUAH filled the house. So we can't change the esteem of YAHUAH by waiting until, a Wednesday to mark this type of thing. And then we have James 1:16-17. So don't go astray, my beloved brothers. Every good gift and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights, with whom there is no change or turning or shifting shadow, depending on what translation you're reading. But no turning or curving shadow, only on the equinox is going to have a straight line throughout the day, and you can track it using a stick and rocks. That's how simple it is to track. Not confusing. So anywhere you are, you're going to be able to find out where day 4 is. Always. The sun's shadow is going to cast a straight line that day from sunrise to sunset when you track it. On all the other days, that line is going to curve, and it's not going to be straight. Does anybody have any questions so far?
Yeah, what do you mean by curving? What is actually curving? And what is actually straight? I know that's real elementary, but are you talking about, the sun ray or the shadow of the stick and stone or what?
Yeah, exactly. So when you're tracking, so if you just a stick and rocks, and if you
Okay.
track, so from sunrise to sunset, just put a rock at the end of that shadow where it's going, and it's going to make a straight line shadow like on the day of the equinox. But if you track it on other days, that shadow or where you put your rocks or however you track it, they're going to kind of curve like a half until they get to like a half circle looking kind of curve. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. Basically, you're just tracking the end of the shadow, like when you got a stick from sunrise to sunset. I'd say do it like every hour. Put a rock at the end of that shadow. And if you do that for about a week around the equinox, you'll see, the rocks will kind of curve in one direction until you get to the equinox, and then the rocks will be straight. And then after the equinox, it's going to start curving the other direction.
Okay.
It's really pretty fascinating, actually.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Well, it's coming up, so we'll be able to watch it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So then we have Psalm 19, 1 through 9. Again, it's talking about the luminaries having a voice, but that don't actually speak. But their voice is going to be, the straight lines and the equilux. The solstices and equinoxes are going to be marking the seasons. This is going to be our markers or our signs in the heavens from YAHUAH when these things should occur. So here we have Wisdom of Solomon 7, verse 17 through 19. And this is what's going to back up Enoch 74:11, or 74:11, sorry. Backing up, it's the sun and the stars that are bringing in the year. Because here in Solomon, or Wisdom of Solomon, it's going to say the same. So we have, for he has given me certain knowledge of that which exists, namely to know how the world was made, and the operation of the elements, the beginning, ending, and middle of the times, the alterations of the turning of the sun, and the change of the seasons, the circuits of the years, and position of the stars. Excuse me. So again, we see, talking about the sun and the stars. And what he's describing here is the calendar is determined by the movements of the sun and the stars, as we can see all throughout scriptures. And they determine the years when they begin and end. We can't trust Rome or the synagogue of Hasatan to have kept Yahuwah's true Sabbath day or the calendar. And in all of our studies, we have found through Scripture, the Sabbath day is not always on a Saturday. And the divider day each year is what's going to separate the years and divide the numbering of days, perfectly matching the markers and the heavenly signs Yahuwah has given us to determine these things. And then every fourth year, that 0.25 is going to add up to another day. And so the marker or sign for this is when the spring equinox will fall on the 19th versus the 20th of March, which happened last year, which coincidentally was also a Gregorian leap year as well. So that only, further solidifies what we have found. So we have the 364-day calendar divided into 52 weeks of 7 days. And this divider day is going to accommodate for the 365.25 days in a solar year that we actually experience. So the extra days are not counted as part of the 7-day week or numbered. They're just simply lived. It's a 0 day. It's why we live in a 365.25 day world, but count 364 days to do as Enoch has commanded. Because 364 divides perfectly into 52 Sabbath weeks, and it also is divisible by 4 for the 4 seasonal days. It's really amazing. And the day it's starting at sunrise. We don't begin the day at sunset. So when we follow this 364-day count with the divider day, it's going to be exactly 52 weeks. Not 52 weeks and 2 days or more as we would get with the Julian or the Gregorian calendar. So March 20th every year is going to be the spring Tekufa or the equinox. The 4th day of a new 7-day week. So here we have, again, the visual of the entire week. This is what's going to be starting our years every year, this divider. And then we have days 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And for all those new in the chat as well, let me share the link. This is also in our other group as well, but I'll make it convenient here and just share it here. But the link to the article I wrote and that we're reading right now actually is going to be right there. Does anybody have any questions so far?
I do, just to clarify. The day before the equinox is day 3 of creation week, but the last day of the previous year.
So day 4 is going to be the head of the months. Day 1 of creation week is going to be day 1 of the 364-day count as well, which is what we found in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well.
Okay.
So
Well,
I can, let me
Okay, well,
scroll
now
up.
you have me confused.
yeah, because we had this discussion about a month ago, and that's
Yeah,
what I thought. But then it was clarified that the equinox, when that occurs, it's not actually the end of the year yet. There's still a couple more days, which is day
right,
1, 2, and 3 of the creation week. That's actually the last few days of the previous year. And then, the 4th day of creation week, equinox, is the start of the month and the start of the new year. Do I not have that
correct.
correct? Okay, that is
So,
correct.
so it depends on what you're saying. Is there's two events that are bringing in the head of the year.
Uh-huh.
So again, here in 4Q324D, we're going to have vacate located in column 5. And then in 4Q394, it's actually going to be explaining what is located where vacate is in that line. But here, let me read it here. So when we put them together, right here is what we're going to get. So on the 28th in it is going to be the Sabbath, which is the last Sabbath of the year, 28th day of the 12th month. Then after the Sabbath, a day is added, and the year is complete in 364 days. Then weekday 2, in it falls the 30th day of the month. Weekday 3 is additional, meaning it's the seasonal intercalated day.
Okay.
And then day 4 would be day 1 of month 1, if we would continue, of the new year. So this is what we'd found in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well, which was found after we had our discussion about the same thing just a couple months ago.
Okay, so can I? It seemed like what you were saying was that the head of the year was the 4th day, and then you were saying the head of the year was the 1st day, and so that got me confused. So what you're saying right here, help me if I got this wrong. After the 28th day, the last Sabbath of the year, you add a day that is not a day in the
Right, that's
count.
the 0 day.
Okay. And then on the 30th, you have weekday 1.
No, weekday 2 is going to be the 30th day of the 12th month.
Weekday 2 is the 30th day of the 12th month. Okay. So if the 28th is the last Sabbath of the year, and then you have a day added, that's a 0 day, then what day is the first day of the week?
It's going to be the day after 0 day. So March 15th is going to be the last Sabbath of the year. March 16th is going to be 0 day, the divider day, when the equinox happens, to line up to Enoch 74, where he's saying equal day, equal night. This is bringing in the 364-day year. Then at March 17th, which is going to be after, is going to be day 1, week of creation. Then day 4 comes, which is the equinox.
Okay, so what date is the 17th? The first day of the week for this last one, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, day 1, day 2 would be the 18th. Weekday 3 would be the 19th. So after the last Sabbath on the 28th on the calendar that we're observing, the Zadok calendar. Then
Correct.
the next day we don't count at all. That's the day that it's equinox. And the day after that is the first day of the week. And what day of the year is the first day of the week?
First day of the week is going to be day 1 of the year. So that's
but how could the first day of the week be day 1 of the year if the fourth day of the week is the day 1 of the year?
So I'm not sure how many times I have to go over this.
Until I get it.
It seems like every discussion, this comes up. So, okay, can we see on screen here? Can everybody see what's on screen? This is going to be the 12th month of the year. We're going to have the 28th of the 12th month, which is the last Sabbath of the year. After that is going to be the divider day, which is going to start up day 1 of creation week the next day. So when we go to what we just saw on screen right here, so this is going to be 4Q324D and 4Q394 combined. And we're going to get on the 28th in it is the Sabbath. And after the Sabbath, a day is added, and the year is complete in 364 days. Then we have weekday 2 falls the 30th day of the month. Weekday 3 is additional. So that's talking about the seasonal intercalated day. That's going to be additional there. So 28th last Sabbath, we got divider day. Weekday 2 right here, 30th day of the month. Weekday 3, seasonal intercalated day. Weekday 4, head of the month, spring equinox. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3 is going to be day 4 of day 364. So these two events, the head of the year is not just a one event type of deal. It's 2 separate events.
But you use the same name to identify them, and I think that's why we're getting confused. Or at least some of us are.
I actually don't. I say there's the head of the weeks, which is this, and then we have the head of the months. So that's the 2 names I've always been using. We have the head of weeks, the head of months. Both of these 2 events are going to bring in the complete head of the year.
I kind of say it a little bit differently, and maybe it will help. But so the creation week, day 1, that's a creation week, is kind of how I tell it to people. And then the head of the year is the equinox day. That's going to kick off the 364. I mean, it's not technically defined like that way. It's just, that's kind of how I see it. So I could see, they are keeping track of the creation week right after the divider day. And then that will sync us up to the first day of the year, which is day 4 when the luminaries was created. Does that make sense? I know it's kind of confusing because it really, Jeremy had to explain it to me a whole awful lot.
Thank you. I don't feel so slow, perhaps.
No, it's okay. No, we just have to get it. These are questions. It's sometimes tough. I have to ask Jeremy, which is probably part of his frustration, the same thing over and over and over and over again. So it's probably he's lacking patience because of me. It's me. So it's not just you, it's me. But yeah. Does that make sense now, though?
I'm trying. Thank you.
No. I mean, ask the questions. We're here to help and answer. I don't want to seem like we don't have that patience. Please ask. Like, are you, like, what part still is not really clicking?
It just seemed like, and maybe it was a misspeak, but it just seemed like Jeremy was saying that the head of the year was after the divider day, and then he was saying that it was day 4. That's what I understood, and I might have misunderstood.
Yeah,
So,
maybe you're just not going with the flow of the words. No, it's divider day is the equilux. That's the
right.
what is
And
the
so
equilux? It's the
and so
equal
the
day and
first
night.
right. So the first day after the equilux is the first day of the creation week, but the year time-wise starts the 4th day of the creation week, right?
You got it. You got it. You got it. That will start day 1. And then that's day 4. That's the middle branch of the menorah, though, right? So then you count 1, 2, 3, and that's your first Sabbath.
Okay. Thank you.
And it's going to fall in line because you have that 3, 2, 1 on the other branch of the menorah. But the 4 is that center branch, straight line shadow. It like works out perfectly.
Yeah.
It's not
I
really
didn't
showing
really
Sabbath at all. Oh, go ahead, Sarah.
sorry. I didn't really put it all together until I actually looked at Jeremy's calendars that he had made. I had to look at the 12th month and then the first month. And then I noticed that after Equilux was a couple more days to end the year. And then the year started on the 4th day of Creation Week. So Creation Week is different than the beginning of the year. It's 2 separate things. And so I saw that day 1, 2, and 3 of Creation Week was actually the end of the month of the previous year. You know, that was the end of the year. Now, do I have that correct, Katrina and Jeremy?
It seems so. So basically, to make it less confusing, we have last Sabbath is going to be day 364. Then day 1, week of creation, is day 1 of day 364. And day
Okay.
4, week of creation, is going to be when our head of the month starts.
Okay.
You can call it a new year. It's a Tekufa day. It's a day of remembrance, as per Jubilees chapter 6, which is also a Sabbath day. So this also puts a Sabbath day in between that, so we don't go these 8 days or whatever, like some people want to complain, without having a Sabbath. Well, day 4 is always going to be a Sabbath.
Well, where most of the Torah people are complaining and won't accept this, as they say, since the beginning of time, Sabbath has been a continuous 7-day cycle, and this makes it 8, which makes it a floating Sabbath, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to get through to them that the Gregorian calendar, and also what Constantine came up with hundreds of years before that, was to create an illusion, to intentionally throw off Sabbath keepers and Christians. It's like he satisfied both, but both have been thrown off and deceived in thinking that, oh, okay, this Saturday is a continuous 7th-day Sabbath, but it's not. It's the Gregorian calendar that's off, but we're so ingrained in that calendar every 7 days is Saturday that we think, or people think, that that's going to be the continuous 7-day Sabbath. And they say that what we're doing is creating a floating Sabbath. No, or a rotating Sabbath. No. Yah's calendar is perfect, and it comes in exact every year. It's the Gregorian calendar that's an illusion, but I seem to be having a problem getting that through to people. They just keep going back to, well, you know, the continuous 7-day cycle since the beginning, and we're going to stick with this.
Yeah,
So,
people are going to recognize it, I think, next year. Just like with that Laura girl. I love what she does. Laura Nicholson on Facebook. Now, she doesn't have the Equilux Well, she has the equal luck. She uses it, but she starts the year the next day because she's won't see the equal luck. So I'm sorry. She's using the equinox correct, like she's citing it, but she's starting the next day because she's using the equal day and night instructions about that happening and then the next day being the first day of the year. So what she's doing is she's going on the equinox, but she's starting the next day. But anyway, that's her error. And she refuses to see the equal lux. So, but what she does, getting back to the point, every single year, she proves that even though like she gets that wrong, it still comes up on her calendar. Like that last year was the Shabbat. So she'll show that last year she was on the Shabbat on the same day, and then this year is the Shabbat on the same day, proving out the illusion through her memories on Facebook, because you know how those memories come up. So then, but it's a shame that she just doesn't see the equilux and she's using the wrong instructions.
Yeah.
But that's why they're both so important, because that's what Nick Vanderland does. He refuses to see the equilux. Now, Davidson's group doesn't see the equilux, but they still start on the equinox, which, we're going to be in talk with one guy that's kind of not in the group, but kind of is. So hopefully he'll be able to get through to them, because he's really smart. Yeah.
The question is that, like, if they don't see the equilux, then where are they putting the divider day? Because we have the Dead Sea Scrolls backing up the location for the divider day now.
Yeah.
I don't know where she's putting, because she literally says that equal day and night is the equinox. I don't know how she's doing that. It's the straight line shadow day.
Well, then they would be putting it the day before, or on the equinox if they're starting it starting the year the day after, and that would disturb creation week. So,
yeah, for me it was just a simple Google search. I Googled both, and it said equilux is equal day and night. Exactly, the equinox is close, but it's not perfectly equal.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And I thought, oh, okay, well, there is a difference.
Well, send that to her.
Yeah. Some people it's really hard to grasp, and I don't understand. Because I do remember before we even found this method that there was a discussion about the equilux and the equinox in like the Zadok groups. And now all of a sudden when you bring up that they're both important, everyone wants to deny the equilux.
Yeah. Just like they want to deny that the 7-day count has it starts by the luminaries, not by this continuous 7-day cycle thing. He has a division, and it's so crazy because it's like, how does Babylon even do it? Because 7 doesn't even go into 364 or 5, right? So how do we have a continuous 7-day flow? Is it just like, how do they fake that delusion?
that's why the weekdays change all the time on the Gregorian calendar.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I had never heard of the equilux before you all started talking about this calendar. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I thought, how did I miss this? How did I not ever hear of this word? So that's why I Googled it. I thought, well, what's the equilux? I've heard of the equinox. But perhaps that's the stumbling block that many people have, is they've never heard of the equilux. And it's like, if it's so important, how come we've never heard of it?
Yeah. Well, Satan
I
likes
can't answer that.
Because Satan is the is the
It's not,
dark light. He's the ruler of the night, right?
you know, most people aren't out there studying astronomy, you know. I mean, I'm aware of it, but that's not my thing. My thing is natural health care. That's what I study. I don't study astronomy, so I'd never heard of it. And it's probably the case for most people.
Didn't someone on here post a news channel talking about the Equalex too?
Yeah, I
I want to.
did.
Yeah, you did. That was crazy. So like even mainstream knows about the Equalex.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. They know it. It's unbelievable. Now we have like another person that is coming out very violently against this divider day. Violently. And it's just making me so sad. Like all they're posting about is how there cannot be a divider day. I'm like, ugh. No.
Well, people think any new thing is a heresy instead of realizing, well, maybe this is something I've just never learned before. This is something I need to learn. I mean, people hang on to their old beliefs like it's their, special blanket. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't want to change anything. Like, this is my special blanket. I don't want a new blankie. But we as believers, I mean, I just look at it as, hey, it's time to wake up. We've been in an illusion for so long. And we should be excited for every new thing that we're going to learn. It's not new heresies because we're discerning. I mean, I was talking to Katrina and she says, yeah, I search out everything. And if I find out I am wrong about something, well, then I change it. Nothing wrong with being wrong. It's just that, like when I first learned about the solar calendar and then, they talked about the equinox and then we picked the Wednesday, right? The first Wednesday after the equinox. I'm like, okay, sounds good. Not even thinking, oh, well, wait a minute. That's a Gregorian calendar. It's off and it's illusion. It's pagan, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I didn't even think about that until I started thinking more, so we just keep learning a little bit by little bit. So, I mean, it's frustrating dealing with all these other people, but it does take some patience because, maybe they're just getting too much thrown at them at once that they can't yet grasp.
Yeah.
They don't want to let go of their little blinky.
It's what makes us set apart.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah. Exactly. So one of the other things I wanted to get into was going over the Passover week and the death, burial, and resurrection of Messiah. And there's a lot of important verses that we're going to go over, and we're going to line it up on the Zadok calendar. And we're going to see this is only going to line up with the Zadok calendar. And we're going to go into certain specifics, why things happened on certain days. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I have a video on my YouTube channel going over it a bit, but I wanted to go over it with all the new discoveries we've made, especially about the Divider Day, and a lot of the things we found in Jubilees as well. So, actually, we should start reading here. I wanted to read in the account of Luke, basically going over the entire Passover week here, and then show in all the other apostles they're giving the same exact story. They're confirming the quote-unquote, what people call Last Supper, is actually the Passover, the true Passover. And it was observed the day before the Pharisees' Passover. So let me begin. So this is going to be Luke. This is chapter 22. Chapter 22 in Luke. I'm going to just read it from Yah's scriptures here. Let me see if I can zoom it in a little bit. Yeah. So Luke 22. Can everybody see that? Just make sure I'm screen sharing the right screen. Yeah. So, and the festival of Matzot drew near, or unleavened bread, which is called Pesach, Passover. And the chief Kohanim and the scribes were seeking how to kill him, Messiah, for they feared the people. So the chief priests and the scribes, the Pharisees and Sadducees. And Satan entered into Yahudah, or this is Judas, who is called of Kerioth, who is numbered among the 12. And he went and spoke with the chief Kohanim and the captains, how he might deliver him up to them. And they were glad and agreed to give him silver. And he promised, and was seeking an occasion to deliver him up away from the crowd. And the day of Matzot came, when the Pesach had to be slaughtered. And he sent Kepha and Yohanan, saying, Go and prepare the Pesach, Passover, for us to eat. Confirmation number 1. And they were eating lamb, as we could see. And they said to him, Where do you want us to prepare it? And he said, See, as you enter the city, a man shall meet you, carrying a jar of water. Follow him into the house. He enters. And you shall say to the master of the house, The teacher says to you, Where's the guest room where I might eat the Pesach with my Talmudim? So where might I eat the Passover with my apostles? And he shall show you a large furnished upper room, and prepare it there. They're going, they found as he had said to them, and they prepared the Passover. When the hour had come, he sat down, and the 12 emissaries with him. And he said to them, With desire I have desired to eat this Passover with you before my suffering. So this is Messiah speaking, saying on this Last Supper, what everybody calls, I have desired to eat this Passover with you. So this is Messiah himself calling it Passover. For I say to you, I shall certainly not eat of it again, until it is filled in the reign of Elohim. And taking the cup, giving thanks, he said, Take this and divide it among yourselves. For I say to you, I shall certainly not drink of the fruit of the vine until the reign of Elohim comes. And then taking the bread, giving thanks, he broke it and gave it to them, saying, This is my body which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me. So he's saying here we should observe the Passover now in remembrance of him. We're supposed to observe it in remembrance of Messiah now. Likewise the cup also, after supper, saying, This cup is the renewed covenant in my blood, which is shed for you. But see, the hand of him delivering me up is with me on the table. For indeed the Ben of Adam, the son of Adam, goes as it has been decreed. But woe to that man who he is delivered up. Judas, of course. And they began to ask among themselves, which of them it could be who was about to do this. There also took place a dispute amongst them as to which of them seemed to be greater. And he said to them, the sovereigns of the Gentiles rule over them. Those who controlled them are called workers of good. But not so with you. Let him who is the greatest among you be as the youngest, and the leader as one who serves. For who is greater, the one who sits at the table or the one who serves? Is it not the one who sits at the table? But I am in your midst as the one who serves. But you are those who have remained with me in my trials. And I covenant for you as my Father covenanted for me a reign, to eat and drink at my table in my reign, and to sit on thrones judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Yep. So the 12 apostles, they're also going to be on 12 of those 24 thrones who are judging. And Yahuwah said, or the Adon said, Shimon, Shimon, see, Satan has asked for you to sift as wheat. But I have prayed for you that your belief should not fail. And when you have turned, strengthen your brothers. And he said to him, Adonai, I am prepared to go with you, both to prison and to death. And he said, I say to you, Kepha, the cock shall not crow at all today, until you have denied 3 times that you know me. And he said to them, when I sent you without purse and bag and sandals, did you lack any? And they said, none at all. And he said to them, but now, let him who has a purse take it, likewise a bag. Let him who has no sword sell his garment and buy one. For I say to you, that what has been written has yet to be accomplished in me. And he was reckoned with the lawless ones. For that which refers to me has an end too. And he said, Adonai, look, there are 2 swords. But he said to them, that's enough. And coming out, he went to the Mount of Olives, according to usage, and his Talmudim also followed him. And coming to the place, he said to them, pray that you do not enter into the trial. And he withdrew from them about a stone's throw, falling on his knees, he was praying. Father, if it be your counsel, remove this cup from me. Yet not my desire, but let yours be done. And there appeared a messenger from the Shamayim to him, strengthening him. And being in agony, he was praying more earnestly. And his sweat became like drops of blood falling to the ground. Yeah, this is actually something that happens, when you're greatly stressed, you can start sweating blood. And then rising up from prayer and coming to his Talmudim, he found them sleeping from grief. And he said to them, why do you sleep? Rise and pray, unless you enter into trial. And while he was still speaking, see, a crowd, and he who was called Yahudah, was Judah, or Judas, one of the 12, was going before them and came near to Yahusha to kiss him. And Yahusha said to him, Yahudah, do you deliver up the Ben of Adam with a kiss? And those around him, seeing what was about to take place, said to him, Adonai, shall we strike with the sword? One of them struck the servant of the Kohen Haggadol and cut off his right ear. So yes, when Peter cut off the high priest's servant, cut off his ear. But Yahusha answering said, Allow it this far, and touching his ear, he healed him. Alright, so remember guys, this is still all that same night. This is what's happening after the Passover meal they had. Still on the 14th in the evening after the Passover meal. So keep this in mind. But Yahusha answering said, Allow it this far, and touched his ear, and he healed him. And Yahusha said to those who had come against him, the chief Kohanim and captains of the Mikdash, and the elders, have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs? While I was with you daily in the Mikdash, the temple, you did not lay hands on me. But this is your hour, and the authority of darkness. And having seized him, they led him and brought him into the house of the Kohen Hagadol, the high priest. And Kepha was following at a distance. When they lit a fire in the midst of the courtyard and sat down together, Kepha sat among them. And a certain servant girl, seeing him as he sat by the fire, looked intently at him and said, "This one was with him." But he denied him, saying, "Woman, I do not know him." And after a little while, another saw him and said, "You are one of them too." But Kepha said, "Man, I am not." And about an hour later, another insisted, saying, "Truly, this one was with him too, for he is a Galilean." But Kepha said, "Man, I do not know what you are saying." And immediately, while he was still speaking, a cock crowed. Then the Adon turned and looked at Kepha, and Kepha remembered the word of the Adon, and how he said to him, "Before a cock crows, you shall deny me 3 times." And there it was, it happened. And Kepha went out and wept bitterly. And the men who were holding Yahusha were mocking him, beating him. And having blindfolded him, they were striking him on the face, and were asking him, saying, "Nabah, who is that struck you?" So the Nabah, or prophet. And they said to him much more, blaspheming. And so this is also happening on day 4 or evening of the night of 14th, the 14th. So here, and when it became day, which is the next day, so here, before I go on, let me show you on the calendar here. So, okay, let me go to month 1. Okay, so here we have month 1 on the Zadok calendar. So we're going to see day 3 is going to be the 14th of the first month, which is when High Passover and all these events that we have just read are taking place. Now, where we're about to start reading is the next morning, which is going to be the 15th, which is actually the first day of unleavened bread as well. So we just read the Passover. They observed the Passover meal. Now it's going to be this next day on the 15th. So, get back to this screen. So when it came to be day, so the next day, the 15th, the elders of the people, both the chief Kohanim and the scribes, came together, and they led him into their council, saying, "If you are HaMashiach, say it to us." And he said to them, "If I say to you, you would not believe it at all. And if I asked you, you would not answer me at all. From now on, the Ben, or son of Adam, shall sit on the right hand of the Almighty YAHUAH." And they all said, "You then are the son of YAHUAH." And he said to them, "You say that I am." And they said, "Why do we need further witness? For we heard it ourselves from his mouth." So we'll go to Luke 23. And the entire assembly of them, having risen up, led him to Pilatus, or Pilate, and began to accuse him, saying, "We found this one corrupting the nation, and forbidding to pay taxes to Kaiser, or Caesar, saying that he himself is a Messiah and a sovereign." So again, this is still the 15th day of the first month. according to the Zadok Calendar. And Pilate asked him, saying, You are the sovereign of the Yehudi? And he answered him, and answering him, he said, You say it. So again, Messiah is just responding like, hey, you guys are saying this. So what you speak is true right there. And Pilate said to the chief Kohanim and the crowd, I find no guilt in this man. But they were insisting, he stirs up the people, teaching through all Yehuda, beginning from Galil unto this place. And when Pilate heard of Galil, he asked the man if he was Galilean. And then he learned that he was under the authority of Herodes. He sent him to Herodes, who was also in Jerusalem in those days. And seeing Yahusha, Herodes rejoiced greatly. For a long time he had wanted to see him, because he had heard much about him, and was anticipating to see some miracle done by him, and was questioning him with many words, but he gave him no answer. And the chief Kohanim and the scribes stood, accusing him intensely. And Herodes, with his soldiers, made light of him and mocked him, dressing him in a bright robe, and sent him back to Pilate. And on that day Pilate and Herodes became friends with each other, for before that they had been at enmity with each other. And Pilate, having called together the chief Kohanim and the rulers of the people, said to them, You have brought this man to me as one who turns away the people. And look, I have examined him in your presence and found no guilt in this man regarding the charges which you make against him. And neither did Herodes, for I sent you back to him, and look, he has done not deserving death. So he's done nothing to deserve death. And having disciplined him, then I shall release. For he had to release one of them at the festival. So it was Pilate's thing that he did every year, was to release someone who was imprisoned on the Jewish Passover. This is easily looked up. It's easily researched. That was something he did. He released a prisoner on the Jewish Passover. Now, knowing this, we see Messiah and the disciples, they have already observed the true Passover, which happened just the day before. Because remember, this is still the 15th. Everything going on here. We haven't seen a day change, not once. So again, this is still the 15th of the first month. And then they cried out all together, saying, Away with this one, and release us Barabbas, or Barabbas, who has been thrown into prison for certain uprising made in the city, and for murder. Wishing to release Yahusha, then, Pilate appealed to them again. But they were calling out, saying, Impale him, impale him. And he said to them the third time, Why? What evil has he done? I have no reason for death in him. And having disciplined him, then, I shall release. But with loud voices they insisted, asking for him to be impaled. And the voices of these men and the chief Kohanim were prevailing. And Pilate pronounced sentence that what they asked should be done. And then he released the one they asked for, who for uprising and murder had been thrown into prison. But he handed Yahusha over to their wants. Sad, really, but it had to happen. And as they led him away, they laid hold of a certain man, Shimon, Simon, Curionon, who was coming from the field, and they put the stake on him to bear it behind Yahusha. The great number of people were following him, and women who also were murmuring and lamenting him. But Yahusha, turning to them, said, Daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. For look, the days are coming in which they shall say, Baruch are the barren, and wombs that never bore, and breasts which are never nursed. Then they shall begin to say, to the mountains, fall on us, and the hills cover us. Because if they do this to the green tree, what is going to be done to the dry? And two others also, evildoers, were led with him to be put to death. When they had come to the place called Golgotha, they impaled him there, and the evildoers, and one on the right and one on the left. Yahusha said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And they divided his garments and cast lots. So right here, this verse we've talked about before. I wanted to go into this in the original Greek. We talked about it before. So we have here Luke 23:34. So, and Yahusha was saying, Father, forgive them not, for they know what they do. This is the original Greek. Here, let me share the link actually in the Telegram. But as you can see, a lot of Bible translations have twisted it up, making it seem, just forgive everybody no matter what they do. But no, Messiah himself, forgive them not, for they know what they do. So I just kind of wanted to point that out in the Greek there. And I know we've brought that up a couple times before, but that's the proof and confirmation for all those who were still wondering. But forgive them not, for they know what they do. And they divided his garments and cast lots. And the people were standing, looking on, and the rulers also were sneering with them, saying, He saved others, let him save himself, if he is HaMashiach, the chosen of Elohim. So again, this is still all the 15th day. And the soldiers were mocking him too, coming and offering him vinegar, and saying, If you are the sovereign of the Yehudim, save yourself. And there was also an inscription written over him in letters of Yahwanite and Roman and Ivrit. This is the sovereign of the Yehudim. And one of the evildoers who were hanged was speaking evil of him, saying, If you are HaMashiach, save yourself and us. But the other responding, rebuking him, saying, You do not even fear Elohim, or do you not even fear Elohim, since you are under the same judgment? And we indeed rightly so, for we receive the due reward of our deeds. But this one has done no wrong. And he said to Yahusha, Adonai, remember me when you come into your reign. And Yahusha said to him, Truly, I say to you today, you shall be with me in paradise. And now it was about the 6th hour, and darkness came over all the land until the 9th hour. So the 6th hour of the day, on the 15th, and the sun was darkened, and the veil of the Mishkan was torn into two. And crying out loud, with a voice, Yahusha said, Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. And having said this, he breathed his last. And the captain, seeing what took place, praised Elohim, saying, Truly, this man which was righteous. When all the crowds who gathered to sit gathered to that sight saw what took place. They beat their breasts and went away. And all those who knew him and the women who followed him from Galilee stood at a distance watching this. And see, a man named Joseph, a council member, good and righteous man, he was not agreeing with their counsel and their deed. From Ramathaim, a city of the Yahudim, who himself was also waiting for the reign of Elohim. And he, going to Pilate, asked for the body of Yahusha. And taking it down, he wrapped it in linen, laid it in a tomb, hewn out of the rock, where no one was yet laid. And then it was the preparation day, and the Sabbath was approaching. And the women who had come with him from Galilee followed after, and saw the tomb of how his body was laid. So really quick. Go over on the calendar what we have just read through. So we see all the events that had taken place. We're here on the 15th and all the way up until the 9th hour on the 15th when it was dark. And then we had the man coming asking for his body so he can go and bury it. So here we have Yahusha who's dying. He died on the 15th, just before evening. Because as we could see, it was still light, and it was before it got dark. And then the events we were just reading where the man comes and puts him in his own tomb, this will take place from this evening all the way until the 16th. Which actually, it goes from this evening, and it takes him this while to prepare his body, wrapping him in linens and all that stuff. And then the 17th, which is the preparation day, the 6th, which we're going to go through other accounts to also prove this out. This is what we're about to get into. So we have Messiah dying here just before the evening comes. So this is going to be evening 1. Then we have the 16th, the next day. So we're going to have day 1. And that we're going to have evening 2. And then the next day, preparation day, we're going to have day 2. And we're going to have evening 3 on preparation day. And then guess what? Day 3, to be 3 days and 3 nights, just like Jonah, we're going to have Shabbat. We're going to go over the accounts where he rose on Sabbath day the same time he had died on unleavened bread. So as you can see, we have night 1, night 2, night 3. Here we have day 1, day 2, day 3. 3 days and 3 nights. Going to line up exactly as it should be. And remember, this is only Luke's account that we've been reading so far. The other accounts will go into a lot more details about everything else as well. But before I continue there's going to be a specific reason why Yahusha had to die on the 15th, which was the first day of unleavened bread. People want to complain, oh, he was the Passover lamb, he should have died on Passover, and this, that, and another thing. That's actually incorrect. He's going to be our sin atonement sacrifice. That's what our Messiah is. And in fact, the only place you're going to see that he was a Passover lamb is actually in Corinthians, when Paul is speaking of him being like the Passover lamb. Everywhere else, you're going to see, he's going to be the sin offering, the lamb for the sin offering to atone for our blood, or his blood is going to atone for our sins. So, So here we're going to start Jubilees chapter 17. Jubilees 17. Verse 15. This is going to go to the exact reason why Yahusha had to die exactly when he did. He also had to observe the Passover so the firstborn would not be taken by the angel of death. This is also what Paul goes over as well. He had to observe the Passover so he, being the firstborn son of Israel, would not be taken by the angel of death. It's a really deep thing, but let me just start. So Jubilees 17:15. So, and it came to be in the 7th week. So this is, again, week of years. This is the book of Jubilees. When it's talking about a week of years, it's just going to say week. If it was a week of days, it would say, just like Daniel, he says, he actually speaks in the same exact timeline language as weeks of years and weeks of days. But here in Jubilees, it would say it would be a week of days if it was only a 7-day week. So this is talking about in the 7th year, in the first year of the Jubilee, in the first month of the Jubilee, on the 12th of this month. So let's go to the calendar. So we're going to see the 12th of the first month, which is actually the day 1 of creation week, which is pretty amazing. So back to Jubilees. So the 12th of the first month, there were voices in the Shamayim regarding Abraham, that he was trustworthy in all he told him, and that he loved Yahuwah, and that in every affliction he was trustworthy. And the prince Mistema, or Satan, came and said before Elohim, which is very interesting because, he did the same thing to Job, but he's doing it here to Abraham as well. So it wasn't just a one-time thing in Job. You can tell Satan had probably done this to all the prophets and the forefathers and so forth. So see, Abraham loves Yitzhak his son, and he delights in him above all other matters. Command him to offer him as a burnt offering on the altar, and you shall see if he shall do this command, and you shall know if he is trustworthy in all which you try him. And Yahuwah knew that Abraham was trustworthy in all his afflictions, for he had tried him through his land with scarcity of food, and he had tried him with the wealth of sovereigns, and he had tried him through his wife, when she was taken, and with circumcision, and had tried him through Ishmael and Hagar, his female servant, when he had sent them away. And in all which he had tried him, he was found trustworthy, and his being was not impatient, and he was not slow to act, for he was trustworthy and loved Yahuwah. So, same story with Job we have here with Abraham. It's pretty amazing. So Jubilees chapter 18. Elohim said to him, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, see, here I am. And he said, take your beloved son Yitzhak, who you love, and go to the high country and offer him on one of the mountains which I shall point out to you. And he rose early in the morning and saddled his donkey and took his 2 young men with him, Yitzhak his son, and cut the wood for the burnt offering, and went to the place on the 3rd day, and he saw that place far off. So, going back to the calendar, when was 3 days later from the 12th? it's going to be the 15th. So we have the 12th, and then we have 1, 2, 3. 3 days later, first day of unleavened bread, 15th of the first month. Right there in Jubilees. So continuing in Jubilees. So he went to the place on the third day and saw the place far off. And when he came to the well of water, he said to his young man, "You stay here with the donkey, and I and the lad shall go on. When we have worshipped, we shall come again to you." And he took the wood for the burnt offering and laid it on Yitzhak his son. And he took in his hand the fire and the knife, and they went, both of them, together to that place. And Yitzhak said to his father, "Father," and he said, "Here I am, my son." And he said to him, "See, the fire and the knife and the wood. But where is the sheep for the burnt offering, father?" And he said, "Elohim shall provide a sheep for a burnt offering, my son." And he drew near to the place of the mountain of Elohim. So again, this is still that 15th day. Abraham about to sacrifice Isaac. And he built an altar, and he placed the wood on the altar, and bound Yitzhak his son, and placed him on the wood, which was upon the altar, and stretched out his hand to take the knife and to slay Yitzhak, and stood before him, and before the prince of Mestama. And YAHUAH said, "Command him not to lay a hand on the lad, nor to do any matter to him. For I have shown that he reveres YAHUAH." And called to him from the Shamayim, and said to him, "Abraham, Abraham." And he was afraid, and said, "See, here I am." And I said to him, "Do not lay your hand on the lad, neither do any matter to him. For now I have shown that you revere YAHUAH, and I have not withheld your son, or your firstborn, from me." So not only is Abraham and Isaac an allegory for, the father and the son, the father giving up his firstborn, we're going to see the ram, which is a male lamb or a male sheep. Also, the exact depiction of who Messiah was, the male sheep, the male lamb. So, and the prince of Mestama was put to shame. So Satan was put to shame. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and see, a singular ram was caught by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered it as a burnt offering instead of his son. And Abraham called that place YAHUAH Yireh, so that it is said, YAHUAH provides, and that is Mount Zion. And YAHUAH called Abraham by his name the second time from the Shamayim, as he caused us to appear to speak to him in the name of YAHUAH. So really quickly, as we could see, the sacrifice that Abraham was going to do to Isaac is a complete, depiction of what Messiah was, the father going to sacrifice the son. And then the literal depiction of Messiah himself being the ram caught in the bush on the 15th day of the first month. And it was sacrificed on the 15th day of the first month, which is exactly when Messiah was sacrificed. So this is really deep, and it shows exactly why Messiah had to be sacrificed the day after the Passover. It's so the son of perdition does not take the firstborn of Israel, who is Messiah. But as we can see, Jubilees gives us the dates of things. Well, it gives us one date, and that's the 12th. And when we count from that date, and then we see the 3 days later, 12 plus 3 is 15, we're going to have the 15th day of the first month. And then as we could see, since this was before Egypt, this was a 7-day festival of unleavened bread. So he celebrated this festival every year, 7 days with joy, and he called it the Festival of Yahuwah, according to the 7 days, which he went and returned in peace. More proof, the Festival of Unleavened Bread was also observed by Abraham, even though it didn't go by Festival of Unleavened Bread. This happened after coming out of Egypt, when the Passover was also added to it, making it an 8-day festival, just like Sukkot being an 8-day festival. Really amazing, really deep connections. Let's continue reading here in Luke, and we're going to go over also the other accounts, not in full detail, but we will go over the major points, showing all the apostles, the Yahudim, Talmudim. They are giving us the same story, showing it was Passover. Then the next day was the Pharisees' Passover. So it was preparation day, and the Sabbath was approaching. The women who had come from Galilee followed after and saw the tomb and how his body was laid. Having returned, they prepared spices and perfumes, and they rested on the Sabbath according to the command. So Luke 24. And on one of the Sabbath, so we're going to get into a bit deeper in this verse here. So this is after the Sabbath, before dawn, they came to the tomb, bringing the spices which they prepared. And they found the stone rolled away from the tomb. So, how do we know it's talking about that? So, we'll go to Bible Hub here so we can compare translations. So, we're going to see here Mark 16:1. When the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene, the mother of James, and Salome brought spices so that it could anoint the body of Yahusha. Very early on the first day of the week, just after sunrise, they went to the tomb. But it's not just after sunrise, because we're going to see on all the accounts, and even in the Greek, it was before sunrise. So it's after the Sabbath, before dawn of the first day, showing the 12-hour day, 12-hour night cycle, which is what I have in my article talking about how a day is 12 hours long, as Messiah says, are there not 12 hours in the day? And the nights are going to separate the days, keeping a unclean day or a profound day separate from a holy day like the Sabbath. And we may not all agree on that, but this is absolutely what I found in my studies, and this is actually going to solidify it even more. But we can all see, when the Sabbath was over, the first day of the week, before dawn, this is when Mary was coming to the tomb. So we see that Matthew, Luke, John, it's in Mark that we're reading. So we come down to the Greek, somewhere down here. So here's the Greek. So when the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene, the mother of James and of Simon, or Salome, brought spices so they could go and anoint Messiah's body. We'll have to go to the next verse to show you the Greek here as well. Very early on the first day of the week. This says just after sunrise, but there are many verses that will show just before sunrise. So, oh, come on. Why are we not going back? So, all right. So after the Sabbath, before dawn, we're going to see Mary had come to the tomb. This is when she found the stone rolled away from the tomb. And then having entered, they did not find the body of Yahusha. And it came to be as they were perplexed about this, that two men stood by them in glittering garments. Becoming frightened and bowing their faces to the earth, these said to them, "Why do you seek the living amongst the dead? He's not here, but has been raised up. Remember how he spoke to you when he was still in Galilee. The Son of Adam has to be delivered into the hands of sinners, be impaled, and on the third day rise again." So, we'll go back to the calendar just to lay this out again really quickly on the calendar. So, we have Messiah, he died. Day 4, which would be the 15th of the first month, died the evening of the 15th. Then we have, so this is evening 1, then we have day 1, then we have evening 2, then we have day 2, then we have evening 3, the 17th, then we have day 3, Shabbat, day 7. So he rose on the third day, just like Scriptures is saying, which lines up with the prophecy of Jonah being 3 days and 3 nights, the first night counting, second night, third night. So day 1, 2, 3, this is how it matches up perfectly. And then we have on day 1, so day 1, this is when Mary went to the tomb just before day 1, Messiah having already been rose. Why? Because he rose the same day of the Sabbath just before sundown as he died over here. So he died just before sundown here. He rose just before sundown here. This is why he was already risen when they came to the tomb on the first day of the week after the Sabbath. And then this is something else I wanted to get into. I actually need to get the scriptures for it, but this is also going to show when he rose, not only did he have to wait that 7-day period for, for the priest, because the priest, they had to have a 7-day period of basically, how do I word it? Can't think of the words. But they basically had to be, they had to wait 7 days to become fully, in control of being a priest or taking over as a priest. This is also to observe the command in Deuteronomy where if you touch a dead body, you are unclean for 7 days as well. So Messiah being the dead body that his spirit, living spirit, was coming out of, there's 2 reasons why there's this 7-day break and then we have first fruits. Because, a lot of people, they want to think first fruits is going to be during unleavened bread, so forth and so on. Well, it's not.
I'm sorry, Jeremy, just really quick. I'm sorry, what? The Messiah had to wait 7 days for what exactly? I think I missed my
So,
phone ring.
so let me get some verses up for that really quick. unless someone knows the verses off the top of their hand, but there's the law in Torah where the priests had to wait that 7 days and then they become the priests. There's like a 7-day waiting period. Yeah, Leviticus.
Oh, so he was waiting 7 days to become, quote unquote, a priest? Is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
because
That's
he's
what.
our king and our high priest of the Melchizedek order.
So even though he was that, or was he not that till after he was, you know what I mean, crucified and rose? And then he
Yeah, it
became that.
wasn't
Or
until afterwards is when he took over,
okay,
because
gotcha.
he can atone for us for our sins to the Father day and night without having to atone for his own sins.
Gotcha. And that's in the New Testament scripture where he waited the 7 days? Or is that just going back to the old?
It's going back to the Torah.
Okay.
Let me try to find the verse. Yeah, Leviticus 8:33. So let me pull it up here. There's also one in Deuteronomy as well about being unclean for 7 days after touching a dead body. So there's actually 2 reasons why there had to be that 7-day period. Let me get them both up here for you. Sorry, Numbers. My apologies. Yep, Numbers 19:11. Why is it not here? Let me share the screen. Sorry. Okay. So let's talk about Leviticus first. So Leviticus 8:33. So this is talking about the priests. You must not go outside the entrance to the tent of meeting for 7 days till the days of your ordination are complete. For it will take 7 days to ordain you. So we see when Messiah had risen on the Sabbath day, we have to have this 7-day waiting period for him to become our first fruits. So he rose here on the Sabbath. They came here to the tomb. That's where he's saying, hey, don't touch me. Because, not only does he have to be ordained for the 7-day period, so we get 7 days and then boom, this is how he becomes first fruits. We also have the law talking about being unclean after touching a dead body. So since Messiah was the dead body, as his spirit was leaving his dead body, he had to remain unclean 7 days as well. So
I'm
it's kind of
sorry. Sorry, Jeremy.
Go ahead.
Where were you referring to where he said, don't touch me? That's
So it's going to be in more of the gospel accounts.
okay. That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll find it. Thank you.
So here, let me go to an actual Bible verse. This is like a commentary thing. What was it? 17. I just forgot what verse it was. What verse was it?
For what? The
19.
numbers? Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, he who touches the dead of any human being is unclean for 7 days. So, Numbers 19, verse 11. And then he's to cleanse himself with water on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he is clean. So then again, this is just touching more, showing why, our first fruits on the Zadok calendar is going to be on the 26th, after unleavened bread. It's because not only is he waiting to complete his ordination as a priest, as king and high priest, but also to complete that, time of uncleanness from touching a dead body. So basically 2 in 1. And then boom, once he's clean, he's our king and our high priest, sin-free in the spiritual realm, in heaven, atoning for our sins day and night to the Father without having sinned himself. This is only going to line up with the Zadok calendar. This is not going to line up with anything else. This is why, when you look at the accounts, you see people want to call it the Last Supper, and it wasn't a Passover. The next day was Passover. Well, no, because there was 2 calendars going on. That's going to be what's going on. 2 calendars. Messiah was following the true one. So let's go over Mark here a little bit. So on the first day of matzah, unleavened bread, when they were slaughtering the Passover, his Talmudim said to him, "Where do you want us to go and prepare for you to eat the Passover?" Again, the same story, going into the upper room. Just going to kind of breeze over it a bit here. Going over, the Last Supper again. Again, this is Matthew's account. So this is going to be Mark. Mark 14. We can see now the Pesach Matzah was after 2 days. And the chief scribes were seeking how to take him through treachery and put him to death. And they said, here's why they had to slaughter and kill him before their Passover happened. They said, not at the festival, lest there be an uproar of the people. So this is why he died before they observed their Passover festival, which we'll get into more a bit as well. Here we go. So we're going to go, this is Matthew chapter 26. Again, the same things repeated. They said, not at the festival, lest an uproar happen. What festival? Well, Passover. Unleavened bread. All of this. And let's see. Oh, oops, I lost my place because I outlined something else. So on the first day, so 17, on the first day of Matzah, Talmudim came to Yahusha, saying to him, where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover? My time is near. I'm to observe the Passover at your house with my Talmudim. And they did as Yahusha had ordered them and prepared the Passover. When evening came, he sat down with the 12. Again, this is going to be the Last Supper account. Now, feel free to go over all the accounts as well in your own time. Again, this is going to be the same events we had just read in Luke. All the same things. we have in John, because lots of people like to say, oh, yeah, John doesn't mention it. Well, yeah, he does. When he was in Jerusalem at the Pesach, at the festival, so we see what festival they were saying in the other, so Mark and Matthew. What festival? The Pesach. Many believed his name. And Yahusha was not entrusting himself. So we'll go into chapter 3. Man of the Pharisee. Oh, wait. Actually, I have it right here. It's not 3, but it's 13. So we see, Jerusalem at the Pesach, the Passover. John. This is John chapter 2, verse 23. What we're going to be reading right here is chapter 13 in John. Before the festival of Pesach, knowing that his hour had come, he should move out of this world unto the Father, having loved his own who were in the world, he loved unto the end. So before the festival of Pesach, how do we know it's the true Pesach, Passover? Well, John, he's not calling it the festival of the Jewish Passover here. He's straight up calling it the Passover, because this is the true Passover. And then we see, and supper taking place, the devil put it in the heart of Yahudah, Judas, to deliver him up, which we can see in all the other accounts. This happened the night of the Passover dinner.
So really,
again,
how
go
does
ahead.
the Jewish people deny the fact that Messiah ate the Passover? They call it a commemoration meal. So
Yeah.
they say that it's become a man's tradition, and that's what Messiah was following, the tradition of this commemoration before the Passover meal, to try to explain it away.
Yep, exactly.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, they try to just brush it off as, oh, it was something else.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually Passover. Well, we can see all the apostles' accounts say, yeah, it was Passover. Even
Except
Messiah
for one, right?
No, they all say it. They all say it.
Oh, okay.
They all
Okay.
say it. So then we see, the feet washing was going on there as well. John's account is not exactly the same as the other ones, but it's still going over the account saying, look, it's Passover. This is when Judas went to the Pharisees and offered them up. And then after the meal, that's when the guard got his ear cut and they took him in, and then all the events we had just read. So there was a section in here I wanted to go over where it shows John saying the Passover of the Jews, or the Yahudim. And let me just remember or go and see which verse it is. Writings of Abraham. No, that's not it. Where is it? I know somewhere here in John he's talking about, the Passover of the Jews. Might be, oops, didn't mean to do that. So we have 13, maybe it's 12 that he talks about it. So we have Passover here. Maybe it doesn't say it like that in Yah's scripture. So I'm pretty sure one of these verses it says on the Passover of the Jews. And then for some reason, it's not saying that here in Yah's scripture. Yeah, because I believe right here that it actually says it in the first verse. Let's see, John 12. No, it wasn't that one. Yeah, let me just quickly search. Yeah, it's John 6. It doesn't say a feast of the Jews. It says the feast of the Jews. So John 6:4. Let's see. Sorry, I should have had this already up. But yeah, here. So yeah. Now the Jewish feast of Passover was near, is what he's saying. So this is where we see the distinction, where he's saying this is the Jewish Passover, which happened the day after the true one. He's saying it in that aspect because there's two calendars going on. There's the true one, and then there's the Jewish one. See, we see it again. The Jewish Passover, the Jewish Passover. What was that verse in John that we had read where he actually says it's Passover? Oh, that's Jubilees. Oops. Here, is it John 12? No. Yeah, and then see here, we see 6 days before the Passover. Just he's saying the Passover because he's talking about the true Passover here. Versus in other verses, I know it sounds kind of strange, but he's talking about the Jews' Passover. So he's making a distinction between the Jews' Passover and the true Passover. Let's see. Where was I here? So lining all of this up on the calendar again. We're going to see Messiah and the apostles were observing Passover the evening of the 14th, the true Passover. The next day is when he was put on the stake and he sacrificed himself just before evening, just before the sun set. So we have 1, 2, 3 evenings, then 1, 2, 3 days. He's rising here on the Sabbath, the same time he died over here. He was sacrificed on the 15th day, the first day of unleavened bread, because of Jubilees. The verse in Jubilees, which is Jubilees chapter 18. Where actually Jubilees chapter 17 is going to explain is the 12th day of the first month. And 3 days later, when Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac, would have been the 15th of the first month. first day of unleavened bread. And at that time, it was a 7-day festival. So from here to here. Because it was before the exodus of Egypt, so Passover was not a thing yet. So we have Messiah being raised here. Then Mary seeing him at the tomb here. And then we have the 7-day period of ordination and waiting to be clean after touching dead body, 2 and 1. Then on the 26th, he becomes our first fruits, which is why we have first fruits here on the 26th of the first month. Does anybody have any other questions or anything they would like to add?
Well, then the Christians throw in Satan's Thursday Passover, which throws everything out of whack.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of things people like to toss in there and say this and that and another thing. But when we read the text for what it is and we line everything up, all 4 gospel accounts of the Passover, we can see, the only calendar that is going to line up is going to be the Zadok calendar. 3 days, 3 nights, just like Jonah. Messiah rising on the 3rd day, just like Scripture says. He rose on the 3rd day, which was Sabbath. And it's really amazing. We see Noah's flood fits with this. We see death, burial, and resurrection fitting with this. Just so many scriptures basically solidifying the Zadok calendar, the sons of Zadok. It's Yahuwah's true calendar, the one we should be following.
Jeremy, can you just explain again? I'm just a little confused about when you were talking about he is or isn't the Passover lamb. I'm not quite sure I'm getting that yet.
So,
Or the
Messiah,
sacrificial lamb for the sin, like how it's different.
correct.
Okay.
So he's our atonement, our sin sacrifice, because his death has covered our sins. So there was a sin offering in Leviticus. It was to be a lamb. That's the sacrifice that covered the priest's sins, so they're able to atone for the rest of Israel as well. So the only verse that's going to speak of Messiah being like a Passover lamb is actually in 1 Corinthians. So let me actually get this up, because I have it saved. As soon as I can find it. Come on. Here we go. Here I'm just going to copy and paste what I have. And I could read it off here for you as well. But so it's something I've gone over, and we've gone over with Katrina. Me and Katrina have gone over it quite a bit. So the only reference to Messiah being the Passover lamb is only one. Is only in 1 Corinthians 5, where he says he is like our Passover, not that he is. So get rid of the old leaven, that you may be a new unleavened batch, as you really are. For Messiah, our Passover lamb, has been sacrificed. So he's comparing him to the Passover lamb. So the only place in Scripture where he's compared to the Passover lamb, because his blood is what covers our sins. So in Hebrews 11:28, so by faith he kept the Passover and sprinkle of the blood. so that the destroyer of the firstborn would not touch Israel's own firstborn. So this is why he had to keep the Messiah, or this is why Messiah had to keep the Passover, so that the destroyer of the firstborn would not touch him. And then Romans 3:25, Yahuwah presented him as the atoning sacrifice through faith in his blood, in order to demonstrate his righteousness, because in his forbearance he had passed over the sins committed beforehand. So Messiah had to observe the Passover to fulfill it, so the destroyer wouldn't touch the firstborn, who is Messiah. So really he is like a 2-in-1, because technically he did die on the Pharisees' Passover, even though it's the wrong Passover. And his blood does cover our sins. But the Passover lamb was commanded to be eaten as part of the Passover meal. Messiah, we are to observe what he did, follow his ways, which he followed the Torah. He observed all the festivals. He wore tzitzit. So to be covered by his blood, we have to walk as he walked. So he observed all these festivals. And if we do that, if we follow the Torah, follow the law, which is repentance, his sacrifice will cover our sins. Does that make sense?
It does. I think where it clicked for me, where it was compared to, like it's compared to the lamb, not is the lamb.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I mean, he technically is still kind of both, because, there was a reason that the Jews' Passover was the next day that year, and it all has to do with Yahuwah's perfect timing. And, we see he sacrificed himself on the same day that Isaac was going to sacrifice, or Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac, but he found the male ram caught in the bush, and that ram is actually a male lamb. So it's really deep, really amazing, and it shows why, only the Zadok calendar will fit these things, and why certain things had to happen on certain days, like why he had to observe Passover, and then why he was killed on the first day of unleavened bread versus being killed on the Passover.
I don't know if this has, I mean, I'm sure it does, but what just came to my mind, and I was looking up when, who was it? Didn't believe that he rose until he stuck his fingers in his side. Wait, I was just reading this.
Oh yeah, that was Peter.
And it says
So,
it was a week later.
Yeah,
when he,
that was exactly. That was the week
right.
after Mary had seen him at the tomb.
So that 7-day period, like you were saying, for them to have to go through waiting, it's almost like that 7-day period he waited to have Peter touch him too.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Which is actually,
that was
right here on
Thomas,
screen.
actually. That was Thomas.
Is that Thomas?
Thomas. Yeah, that's right. Thomas,
All
you're right.
Someone wept and yeah, was it? I was just reading here. Yes, Thomas, right. But it was just like, oh, and 7 days later. Just all
Yep,
works.
exactly. Yeah, because I don't remember which account it says, but it says when they went to the tomb, there was only a couple of the apostles there. And then Mary went to go touch him, but he said, "Don't touch me, for I have not ascended to the Father yet." And because if she would have been touched, being unclean, like she was unclean and touched him, like it wouldn't have worked out the way things should have been. So it wasn't until that next week that Thomas was there, because after the tomb, they reported all this to the 11 other and to all the rest. And that's when Thomas was like, oh, I'm not going to believe it until I put my finger in the holes myself.
You mean she was
Next,
unclean because she had touched him when he was dead? Is that how she was unclean?
well, because us being in the flesh, we're in sin. So because Mary hadn't gone through a purification ritual, a cleansing ritual, which would be required of the priest to do, offering the sacrifice and all that stuff to be clean. She was not holy because she had not done any of that. So if she would have touched him, it would have made him unclean and would have delayed the whole process and threw off the timing.
I guess I don't quite get that, but thank you.
Yeah, and once you study all the gospel accounts, and you see how deep it goes, and then each account will have slightly different, it will have more details than the other in some areas, where others won't have those details. But when you go through all the accounts of it, you line them up on the calendar, and that's when you're going to see it's all going to fit with the Zadok calendar. And that specific year, that's when the Pharisees, that their Passover happened to line up with the true one, almost. It was the day after. But it had to be like that for a purpose and a reason, which is really, truly amazing. Let's see, what are we at? 2 hours. So there are, well, before I move on, are there any more questions about that? Because I did want to go over a little bit of the moon map as well. Because that's been a very interesting topic lately. I have a few videos lined up to go over showing it. Let's see. And then some interesting videos also supporting, lands outside that basically we're not able to get to specifically. Let's see. The first one I want to play, it's going to be this 14-minute video basically. So it's going over the moon map. It's from Vibes of Cosmos. This is on YouTube. He's the one that does, he's got a couple documentaries as well. I'll share the link. But very fascinating information. So I shared the link to this video we are about to watch right now. Actually, I need to screen share with the sound so you guys can hear it. Okay. So this video, he's basically going to go over the moon map, and if you don't know what that is, it's the moon has captured an image of where we live, basically kind of like a negative of a photo. So this man here, he basically reversed the image, lined up all the continents we have today, and found out, the moon is basically just a reflection of where we're living. The land masses. Another fascinating thing we may have found, which Miranda actually showed, was, Joshua's long day when the moon and the sun were standing still. That could have been when this image was basically burned into the plasma of the moon, capturing the image of our realm and where we live. But let me go ahead and play this video and just kind of, it's going to go through and he's going to show you on the moon map, you know, all our countries and regions and, you know, how this is found on the moon map. So without further ado, I'll mute my mic and then we will play it. All right. So basically what that video was showing is this moon map here. So here's actually a documentary of it. Apologies. But so what they had found here was these the craters and such on the moon. When you reverse everything, basically like a photo negative, how, you know, old school cameras, you take a picture, it had that film, and it would have a negative. And everything on that negative would basically be like a mirror image. So what this gentleman did, he basically, here, you know what, let me...
Essentially, there is an imprinting of these points in the etheric field.
These craters found on the moon, flipped it and reversed it, and started lining up our continents to it. And he saw that they were fitting. They were starting to fit here and there and everywhere. Like it was just starting to fit. And actually, here. This is some of the previews I wanted to show of it. But what they had found is the moon can be a reflection of the earth that we are living on. Like a true reflection. Sorry. But basically like the clock in Prague, which I think it's going to go over here in this small clip here, but let me just play the clip. It might help to clear it up a little bit.
The Northern Lights is the electromagnetic imprint of the currents of the ionosphere because there, the ionization directly receives the energy from below from the magnetic north. The center and the big cycle. The center of the moon is not the magnetic north. It is the center where the magnetic north moves with a radius around it. This is the so-called Great Circle, which makes one complete circle every 26,000 years. The existence of the Great Circle that magnetic north makes transforms the Earth as a living organism that ages but also regenerates. Planets. The word planet comes from the Greek word plani, which means apparent deception. The planets are not material bodies, nor they are where we see them. What we see and call planets, which have their own orbits and not like the stars of the dome which follow the rotation of the etheric field which surrounds us, are in essence impressions of fields containing one within the other, each one on its ceiling. These two fields together are contained within the field of Mars, which in turn is contained and rotates within the huge field of Jupiter. Jupiter, along with its energy field satellites, are included in the field of Saturn, which is in the field of Uranus. The divergent movement of the smaller fields within the larger fields causes their imprints to move on their own trajectory with each imprinting on the respective ceiling of their field. This is how a different observed complex motion is created for each field planet imprint. These movements can be seen in the geocentric model and in essence show how each smaller field behaves within the larger one that is located. The outer fields seem to have swallowed the movement of the inner ones, only that they also have their own movement. Sun's and moon's altitude. By using the solar angles of incidence per latitude and per season, we can calculate the height at which the sun is located. At the equinox, the sun passes directly above the equator. The angle of incidence for the most meridian moment is 90 degrees. At the same time, for example, in the circle of Capricorn, which circle is 2,500 kilometers from the equator, at a point with the same geographic height as this point of the equator that we said before, the angle of incidence is equal to 90 minus 30.
I was hoping to find that section where it's showing the moon. I thought it was around there. Apparently I was wrong. Apologies. It's a really fascinating video. You know, some interesting things. Definitely. Wait, there it was, I think. There's one of these sections, it's a clip. I thought I shared it in the chat, but apparently I didn't. I didn't share. But it's going to show, you know, basically the path of the moon. You can't hear me? Can everybody hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we just couldn't hear the audio.
I gotcha. That's why he said you can't hear me. I'm trying to find this little section with the moon. I keep seeing it in here.
We have a full moon. When the refraction that causes the sun is exactly opposite that of the sun and at the same latitude, we also have a lunar eclipse. Each lunar day lasts 24 hours and 50 to 52 minutes, and during this time, the moon makes a complete circle in the component of the circular motion in its total spiral motion.
Yep, that is it right here. So, let me try to slow down the video. I'm going to mute it, but, you know, this is going to show basically the course of the moon as it's going around the sun. Let's see. See if that'll do it. Slow it down enough for you to see it here. Turn these off there. But so what's going on here, what it's showing, so it's showing the sun doing its course, it's showing the moon doing its course. And what's happening here is, so the moon circles in proximity with the sun, and depending on its location and proximity with the sun, it's going to determine these different phases. So as you see here, you know, it's got this, basically the crescent moon going to, which is going to become a full moon. That's because the moon is actually, it's going to drift back, and then when it's all the way across from the sun, it's going to be full. And then as we come back closer to the sun, you know, this light is going to appear on the other side of the moon. So this is kind of what's happening right here, as you can see. So you see its path, and as it's completely opposite the sun, it becomes full. It's not quite completely opposite here, but can everyone see and make sense of what I'm saying here? You know, so the circuit of the moon and the sun. Basically, the moon's traveling faster than the sun. So when it's doing its circuit, it's going to be here, and it's going to move until it's closer to the sun as well. So when it's completely opposite, its furthest distance from the sun, is when we're going to have a fully lit moon. Then when it comes back around and it's closer to the sun, that's when it's going to be completely dark. And this is, of course, around the moon map as well. But as you can see, you know, the phases of the moon getting, again, smaller. Then when it gets closest to the sun, we see it goes dark. And then it will complete on the other side. Just some fascinating information. You know, that's what the moon actually does. So its location approximate to the sun is going to determine the moon phases. So basically, actually here, so there's a couple other videos I wanted to show you here as well. And it's going to be right here. These are just quick, you know, 1-2 minute videos here. I'll share with you. But this is also going to explain, you know, give more detail about the moon map. So let me go ahead and play it.
Would you believe me if I told you that this is our known world and this is all of the land beyond Antarctica? And would you believe me if I told you that this is actually a map of the moon? And the moon is some sort of reflection being reflected off of our firmament. And it somehow shows the entire known world and then some. So the moon is literally a map of our known world. And it proves that there is more land beyond Antarctica. Vibes of Cosmos on YouTube accurately shows this. Because he literally shows you all of the known world being mapped onto the moon and then land beyond Antarctica. He accurately maps cities, rivers, and even flight routes and the hours of the day on the moon. How does he do it? I'm not so sure, but it makes a lot of sense to me. So, have you heard of the black hole sun? Well, apparently there's a black hole sun in the center of the North Pole from which all light and life projects out of. So the light coming from the sun and the light coming from the moon is actually a projection being reflected off of our crystalline firmament and then concentrating in the ionosphere. And did you know that this is even depicted on the Prague astronomical clock? They have a clock in Prague that shows you the known world and more. It's an astrological clock. And what about the dark side of the moon? Maybe they're telling us something right in front of our faces, but this video was for entertainment purposes only.
Pretty interesting stuff there. Let me go to this other video here that I got.
A German flat earth map from World War II has just been uncovered, and it depicts another ice wall all around Earth with other continents and land masses that are outside of it. And supposedly Germany during this time period went on expeditions. See these black circles? I had to erase that so we didn't see their symbol, but this is supposedly where they went out and just claimed this land. Here's New Schwabenland, whatever that is, and they actually have Asgard way over there. And then up here we've got Terra de Vista. I'm not sure what that is, and I don't know what that is either. Is that supposed to be the top of the earth or something? And then over here we have the lost continent of Lemuria, which apparently went underneath the sea and sank somehow, but I guess it's on this map from the 1940s. But a lot of these words we can't even read because it's in German, but this is also a reflection of the moon map, if you've ever seen that.
Yeah, so the continent Lemuria there, that is actually one of the continents that were sunken. So if the moon had captured an image, you know, basically back in Joshua's day when it was still above water, you know, it would make a lot of sense. What other video was I going to show? Oh yeah, there's a couple more. So again, that map we just saw him show, basically it was a German World War II map that was found. And it basically depicts exactly, you know, what this other man had found with the maps of the moon, turning basically the moon being a reflection of what our Earth is. So let me go ahead and play this other video here. What is it? 3 minutes? Not even.
A new map appeared showing a flat Earth map and the lands beyond the Antarctic wall. It looks like a flat Earth moon map. It's unknown where this map is from, but some people claim it's from the United Nations. The map has a lot of details describing how everything works. It's written in German, but I will try giving you the English translation by using Google Translator. So I am sorry if there is errors or if something doesn't make sense. Enoch section 4, chapter 18. And I saw the vessels of all winds, and saw how he adorned the whole shed with them, and the foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth, and saw the four winds that carry the earth, and the firmament of heaven. And I saw how the winds stretch out the heights of heaven, and they hover between heaven and earth. These are the four pillars of all heaven. And I saw the winds that turn the heavens, that bring down the circle of the sun and all the stars.
Again, some pretty interesting stuff. Here's one of this channel's Divergent, and you know he does a lot about vibes of cosmos moon map, which is what this is and what we're seeing. Let me share a link to this video. But he's going to go over a bit more detail about the moon map and what it's about. Excuse me. A lot of this information is really, really interesting. It's fascinating to me. And the way that he's able to line up a lot of things makes a lot of sense. And he even shows on a newer video, actually Vibes of Cosmos, they show how there is a 24-hour sun that you would be able to see basically in Antarctica or around the ice wall, and how that would work on this map as well. Truly fascinating information. Yeah, let me pause it and then we will play it.
So continuing with Vibes of Cosmos pictures I downloaded from his online shop, or the official online shop. You have the links down below to the channel and the website where you can buy and download. Very awesome stuff. This is the same picture we've seen so far. So this is actually the moon. It's just going to show you the moon. So the moon we see in the sky, which is always the same face. And we've seen the world map, and now we have the version of Atlas, just the same way we go to school and have the Atlas. So what he did was that he made it to look so like the people who work for like the maps and stuff, who do the maps in the world, they do the same thing, right? With the good thing that he did a very good job in actually portraying the reflection of this realm we live in as plasma. As the plasma moon. You actually see here plasma moon Atlas world map. It's fascinating. So literally right now I feel like if you guys played Uncharted with Nathan Drake, the explorer for the PlayStation games, or like Indiana Jones, same stuff, you know, like this is the known world. As you know, the known world actually has Atlantis. We have Atlantis here in the known world, and Lemuria. So both Atlantis and Lemuria are actually inside the circle that's called the Antarctic Treaty. But we're not allowed to see it. We're not allowed to go there because all the flight paths and the ships and the planes, they have specific flight paths and specific maritime paths. So even if you beg a pilot or a ship captain to take you, nobody was going to exit the typical routes and paths. And then of course you see the unknown world, actually the known world, which is called Terra Vista. It's like that. So this is Terra Vista. I actually want to read what's stated there. Yeah, so South Terra Vista, and then you have Central Terra Vista, and then this is like Western Vista, and I guess something like Eastern Vista as well. And the Northern Vista should be on the other side, I guess. So yeah, this huge continent here that has like a dragon here. I like the way that he put a dragon here. There's like volcanoes, there's ice, there's mountains, there's everything else. I guess this is like just his interpretation of what this might actually be, because we don't know. We're not allowed to explore this beyond this. And then it's Atlantis. I want to see Atlantis, epic stuff. So from the western coast of West Africa, I like the way that he decorated Africa, so it's easy to actually know. So Africa, West Sahara, Central Africa, and South Africa with the nature and the animals. Let's see a bit of Eurasia. So we have here Europe. I like the fact that the bull and the guitar in Spain. That's really cool. So you can actually, and the French Tower, Tour Eiffel, and the UK, so you can actually understand what's in each country. You have Siberia here, Asia with Central Asia, and the part with China and Malaysia and Indonesia. Japan have like the cherry flowers, and this is like North America. Actually, see North America first. North and South America, South America, North America, and South America. Like the whole thing, he did a very good job. And this is like if you like a kid, and it's easier for you to understand, like with the colors and everything, then definitely Gulf of Mexico. And this is Lemuria. So we have Terra del Fuego, which is the fire land. We have Terra Lakash or Lakach, and we have Terra Galega. And then we have Lemuria with Nova Guinea, with North Lemuria, South Lemuria, and Brasilia. And well, I guess we don't know if these animals are the animals that live there or not. And then we have Hyperborea here. Let's just see this in the proper way. Hyperborea. like the elephants here. So he actually states that the same with the legends, beyond the Arctic Circle where it's very cold, then the temperature rises, and Hyperborea is actually a place with good weather and with tropical animals and stuff. So we have like polar bears here, and then we have elephants here, right? And of course, the continents, I don't know if the continents are like this or in a different way, but the graphic design is very decent. And then Atlantis here, the Kronos Ocean. We have South Atlas and Cyclops, and then we have the different parts of the Atlantic continent, the Pleiades, Poseidonia, Amazonia. So I guess Amazonia is like the Amazon, like the known Amazon we have in South America. And it's so close, like it's like what Dakar race takes place, and you would just like approximately 700 kilometers, and you would get. So yeah, this is like, again, if you're open-minded, and I'm sure you are if you're on this channel, this is the best information we have so far. We have the moon. The moon is the plasma reflection, right? It's always the same face. It's always the same style. It never changes. Why? Because it's the mirror. It's the mirror of the earth, right? I don't know if these continents, because it makes sense, right? The white stuff is water, and the gray black stuff are like solid continents, solid land. It does make sense. I do not know if these continents are actually true or not. So those like black shapes we've seen on the moon are the actual known world, along with Lemuria and Atlantis and the fake Antarctica, because this is the place where the big majority of the military bases are, on Terra del Fuego and Lakash and Galega. And we have the Atlantic Ocean. I also like the fact that he put the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer, with the solstice of summer, and then the equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn with the solstice of winter. And then you have here the height of the sun, which is when you have the height of the sun in the equinox, March and September. It's 5,500 kilometers. That's the distance. The diameter is 55 kilometers, and the height 5,500. And the equator makes a lot of sense as well. When you see this map here, it looks exactly like the map of Gleason, but with more detail, because Gleason didn't have access to the information that the moon is a reflection via plasma of the known plane. Apologies. So yeah, it's definitely awesome that he stated that as well. And top mountain peaks, largest volcanoes, main rivers, seas and lakes, Antarctic Circle. And this is the Antarctic Circle, right? This is what we would have like the limits of the world. That's why Australians and those from New Zealand, they cannot go further beyond, because the military awaits for them. There's like patrols all over the place. And obviously, officially, when you go with the public transport and stuff, no public transport takes you to Lemuria, Hyperborea, or Atlantis, even though they're so close. Really awesome stuff. Let's see if I can actually find something else. So I have that. There's something here, Tasman Sea. There's something here. I'm not sure what that is. That's a compass. What's this? Danger sharks. Okay, that's the reason. The region from between New Zealand and Lemuria. There's lots of sharks. Actually, the maritime animals like the fish and the whales and the sharks are so lucky, and the birds, because they can fly or they can swim anywhere, and no police and no dictatorship to give you like to make you feel like you're not allowed to do so. So yeah, that was the world map. That's the world atlas. I hope you enjoyed, and you can, if you download the thing, you can actually have the whole thing in your computer, and it's fascinating stuff. It's fascinating stuff once you understand that the moon is a reflection via plasma. We're going to go into more detail, and the way that he did this, first of all, with a geographic map, just like the Gleason map, which is called the world map, which you've seen yesterday, and then the atlas, which has more graphics and more understanding, gives you more understanding. And I would love to be able to just hop on a plane or on a ship and just move on. But as you know, because of the dictatorship of this world, you would get caught by the police or the military, even if you try and go somewhere, if you don't die in the first place because of the weather. Because you have to understand, it's not just like you go on the seas or like flying with a plane and no problems are going to arise. You're going to have like bad weather, storms, and you might die if you don't go with the good technology and preparation. So they're playing with that as well, because they know because of the weather further, and even if you might make it as far as to go to Atlantis or Lemuria, you're probably going to get welcomed by even the police. Even they might actually have police in those areas as well, because you know, if this world we live in has skyscrapers and technology and like civilization, Atlantis and Lemuria can be the same, and Hyperborea with people with like buildings and technology and weapons and all that stuff. Fascinating stuff. For me, this is definitely something that has reached the peak, the height of fascinating and awesomeness and epicness. So I will see you guys in the next video.
Pretty amazing stuff there. There's one more video. It's a little 1-minute clip. And this was an audio shared. Here, I'll share the link actually.
This is Terry. Is there any way to make the screen bigger, like full screen, when you're playing
On the video?
Serious go.
Yeah, I can full screen the video when I play it.
Thanks.
Yeah. Here, let me share this link really quick. So it's going to be a clip from this video here, but it's really amazing. And it talks about how, you know, there's other lands that we are unable to get to, and how Adam was put inside these specific lands. Let me just play the video, actually. It's really, really amazing. Let me mute. And 1 second.
Chapter 7, the header. The brother of Jared is shown the world as it appeared at the time of the Garden of Eden. He witnesses the creation of the sun and the planets, and the glories of the kingdom of God are set forth. The order of nature is also set forth. The spirit and mortal worlds are described, and their orders set forth. 1. And it came to pass that Adam and Eve were placed in this world in a part thereof that was separated from the rest of this world that had already been created, and they were separated by many waters. 2. And this part was known as the Garden of Eden. And this garden was like unto the world that the brother of Jared had described when he visited the kingdom of the Father and met his eternal mother for the first time. 3. And the brother of Jared beheld that the rest of the world was inhabited by all manner of beasts and fowl, and that fishes were abundant in the seas. Chapter 7, the header. The brother.
So just a quick clip from that video, but, you know, very interesting stuff. Really interesting. Yeah, the moon map thing, interesting enough, you know, I heard about it years ago, several years ago. I never really thought much of it until more recently, you know, looking deeper into the calendar, looking deeper into those maps that we went over a few weeks ago. But, you know, the one showing Hyperborea and, you know, the 4 rivers coming out of it, just like Enoch describes, the magnetic mountain, which is why our compasses point to the north. You know, above that being the throne of YAHUAH, which is where we see, you know, the northern lights and things like that. Really amazing stuff. I think I shared all the links. I'm pretty sure I did. All except for, it looks like I didn't share this one, the documentary one. So it's like a 2-hour documentary here about the moon map. If you guys are interested, I'll share the link here. A lot of fascinating stuff here. Again, it's just information we are testing out. I don't necessarily agree with everything he presents there, but a lot of it does make sense. And I was trying to find, there's a YouTube channel where he talks about the moon map, but he talks about it in more of a biblical perspective. And if I remember right, I think it's Unexpected Cosmology, but I cannot find the video. And I tried to find it so I could share it with you guys, but it was one where he's talking about the moon map and how it would work, you know, with scriptures. And he was making small changes to, you know, what Vibes of Cosmos is presenting to actually make it fit with what scriptures is saying. Apologies, I cannot find that video because I don't remember which one it was, but if I do find it, I will share it. I watched it a few months ago and I just don't remember the name of it or exactly what channel. I do want to say it's the Unexpected Cosmology, who actually recently did a video with Andy Hoy about the round tabernacle. And I know, I think Sister Natalie shared it in the chat. It's a really good watch if you guys are interested. I recommend it. But he basically goes through and defends, you know, the round tabernacle, which is something else we've been talking about as well. Does anybody have questions or anything they would like to add?
I do. I don't.
Jeremy, could you shut off the audio or of the video? We're echoing.
1 sec.
The echo from everyone is awful.
All right, how's that?
Okay, we'll
Let's
find out.
see. Yep, we're good.
Okay, when Scripture talks about a new heaven and new earth after the wicked ones are destroyed and the earth is cleansed of fire, does that mean we're going to be rotating to a different area on this map? You know, the map that is shown on the moon map? I just figured it would be the same realm that we're in that's going to be cleansed, but it might be that we might be moved to an entirely new area on that map.
Yeah, that's a good question, honestly. The video I was just referring to, he talks about, sorry, he talks about how that, it might not be,
Like the butter.
sorry. He talks about how it rotating like that, like rotating in different areas, it might not be a possibility. That actually those are just the lands that in that last video we went over was talking about how we don't really have access to, where we can't get to them. So I mean, it may be a possibility, but I believe you know, everybody, when heaven and earth is going to be remade, the ones who are already, they're in the millennial kingdom and they're up in New Jerusalem already, that's already in heaven, and it's floating, basically it's floating above where the firmament is. So when heaven and earth are remade, New Jerusalem is just going to come down and sit actually where the land of Israel is now. And then that's going to be the center, basically the main capital city of what is going to be, you know, the new heaven and new earth, which is going to be remade as one.
It'll definitely have to be cleansed because that area is so defiled and polluted.
Oh yeah,
I can
it's going to be cleansed with fire. It's definitely defiled, 100%. But yeah, I think, you know, when everything's just remade into one, you know, everything's going to be cleansed and burned with fire. New Jerusalem's going to come down, and then that's when, we're all going to get our, new bodies. There's not going to be sin or death any longer. We're going to know the Torah and the commands. There's going to be no questions asked, because we're already going to know it. Yahuwah's going to show us the calendar, all of these things, and I believe we, for the most part, have the calendar down. I mean, there's a couple of little things here and there, like what to do with the moon and so forth, that we're still trying to work out, but, this calendar is the only one that's going to line up with the heavenly markers each and every year. Every year.
This is Annie, and my question is, it talks about in the canon blowing the horn for Yom Teruah, and a lot of people won't celebrate Yom Teruah until they see the new moon. Is that a contradiction or a mistranslation in the canon, or are we to wait for the sighting of the new moon for Yom Teruah?
Yeah, definitely no sighting of any new moons. So that's going to be one of those mistranslations. We've gone over it in several discussions in the past, but it's talking about blowing the new moon on Ha Chodesh, which is going to mean the head of the months. So Yom Teruah is actually one of the 4 heads of the months. And these heads of the months are going to be the 4 seasonal months that begin the day after the 4 seasonal intercalated days, or the 31st day of every 3rd month. It's going to divide the seasons up into 4 seasons, spring, summer, fall, and winter.
Okay, that's what I understood too. So the new moon, which is described in Enoch, then the first slice of the moon as it's described in Enoch, is the sighting of that is what brings in each of the 4 quarters, correct?
No, incorrect. So Enoch, while he's describing the phases of the moon that they happen, he never once says to sight them to begin anything. Neither do we see, Moses sighting a moon or a sliver moon. Sighting of moons and slivers actually comes from Babylon. If you study out the Babylonian calendar, you're going to see, they started their months at the sighting of a sliver moon. And they even had they called it a Sabbath day on the 7th day after a new moon. That's where the floating lunar Sabbath comes from, is Babylon as well. So when we read through scriptures, we're going to see Chodesh is going to be used like nearly 300 times. And out of all those times, it's mostly going to be translated as month. There's around 20 times where they erroneously translate Chodesh as new moon. Again, this is going to be in the article I have shared. It's an article I put together myself. Let me share it again for you here.
A recent article that people are so excited about.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, you're breaking up a lot there.
Is that your recent article that we're all so excited about?
Oh, yes.
I have it. Thank you.
But basically, I go over Chodesh there and Yarach, and I show Chodesh has nothing to do with Yarach, which Yarach means moon. And actually, new moon, which would be Ha Yarach, because Ha means new, Yarach means moon. You won't find Ha Yarach one time all throughout scriptures. It's not there. Not even once. What you will find is Ha Chodesh. And you're going to see that specific spelling for Ha Chodesh, which is all of the erroneous translations that they say new moon. But you're going to see Ha Chodesh means head of the month. And it's the same word that's used there in Jubilees chapter 6, where they say, the new moon of this month, the new moon of that month. Well, it's actually HaChodesh there as well. So it's saying the head of this month, the head of that month. These are going to be the days Noah ordained as a festival. And then the 19 occurrences we will find in scriptures of HaChodesh, you're going to see all of them except for like 2 are actually referring to one of these 4 heads of the months.
Okay, so you're saying Ahodesh then is a new moon at the head of the months for the quarters.
No new moon at all. There's no moon involved for months. The moon is a witness,
It's
but it's
it's a
not.
translation. It's not saying new moon. It's not saying Yerach in Jubilees 6. It's saying on the first day of the so and so month, on the first yom of the so and so month. There's no moons. They have their hands in all of the different translations.
Okay, so we do have the sun and the moon and the stars as witnesses. And so I guess, I know you just explained it, but I don't understand what the moon is a witness for.
That's what you said earlier that they're still trying to figure out.
Yeah, so that's what we're trying to figure out. What we are coming to see is what Enoch explains, is that 2 times a year, when it's in gates 3 and gates 4, it's going to be rising and setting with the sun in that same gate. Twice a year, yeah. Basically around the equinoxes. So it's going to be a witness confirming, the seasonal, what time of the season. And that's not going to have to do with what phase of the moon it is. It's just when it's rising and setting in that same gate as the sun. So, for example, we spoke about this last discussion, I believe. But so when the sun is setting, or no, what is it? When the sun is rising, you're going to be seeing the moon setting exactly opposite of it. And then the same thing, when the sun will be setting, you're going to be seeing the moon rising exactly opposite. So in that same gate, and that's going to happen twice a year, just around the equinoxes. Both equinoxes, the spring and the fall, is when it happens.
So every time we see a translation of new moon, then it's wrong every single time?
Every single time. Every single time. Yes. Horrible what they did to the scriptures. Yes. Because if you check in the chat, I have the exact Hebrew. And look at what it says. Did I put it in there? Oh. Blow on the Kodesh, shofar, on the cover for the day we celebrate. Plus, we're not citing, plus the day starts in the light time. A day doesn't begin at evening. So, how are they citing a moon the day before a day even begins?
We are children of the light. We're not children of the darkness. Jubilees, specifically in chapter 2, is going to explain, the sun. It's for the days, the weeks, the Sabbaths, the festivals, the months, the Jubilees, the seasons, all of these things. If you take a look at my article, I know it's a long read, but it's definitely worth it. But I explain and I walk through scriptures, proving all this out through scriptures, especially with Chodesh and Yerach. I have a whole section based on just proving that out, walking it out through the Strong's Concordance and the Interlinear, showing Chodesh has nothing to do with Yerach. And it was the usurpers who erroneously translated Chodesh into Yerach to support their Babylonian moon sightings. The same thing. They try to say it's for the festivals. You know, that's what Babylon did. And the moon's not for those. The moon is a witness, but it's not for days. It's not for months. It's not for Sabbaths, and it's not for years. It will be a witness for festivals and so forth, but not a consistent one. Like, for example,
The moon also is a really good witness, as what we were just going over, of the true map of the firmament that we're on.
That as well.
You know, it's a good snapshot of what we're actually dealing with. And once you come to these sorts of deceptions, like, you can't just come to know the calendar before you understand the history of what happened. Like, that's why the Dead Sea Scrolls was such a critical find for us today, was because it really truly reveals who the people in Israel are. They're imposters. And then it brings to light what Messiah said about them and how they're the synagogue of Satan, the Pharisees were. And they're the same Pharisees that are in the land today, ruling. And they rule falsely. They're the sons of darkness, the Dead Sea Scrolls calls them. The sons of darkness. Pretty good name, you know, and, you know, they do everything in opposition, just like, you know, Hasatan does. He can't create anything. He could just pervert. And lying pens of the scribes mistranslated, it was an intentional translation. And what that calendar reveals is that it is intentionally done so that their feasts will never fall on Yah's feasts. Ever. Is this your first time here?
You talking to me?
Whoever was asking the questions?
This is Annie, and yes, this is my first time here. Thank you.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, Annie. Oh, with Sarah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Sarah's been explaining everything to me, so I'm pretty much up to date, Katrina. I've been really, looking at all the things that you have been doing and Jeremy has been doing, and studying along with you. But I just know that, and I agree with, I can't agree or disagree. I'm just following along and learning. Okay.
Yeah, we still have questions.
Right. I have a lot of questions, but my mind is open. But my question is, we do have the moon as a second witness, and I believe it is an important witness. Certainly somewhere where it pertains to seasons or to festivals. I think it is in there somewhere. And when I have someone that I'm speaking to about the Zadok calendar, feel very confident that our Father is not the author of confusion, and that it's something that is going to be very simple and straightforward. And this, like the beginning of the year, it's obvious it begins the same time each year.
Yeah. Well, Marissa is working diligently. She crunches the numbers, and she's looking for any kind of a pattern. And it's really tough because it's just all over the place, that moon. And, just my thing is, the thing that came to me the other day is, Yah is like, opposites. Day, night, hot, cold, it's just like the moon and the sun. It just kind of falls there for me. And of course it's a witness, but at this point in time, especially with Marissa, trying to find any kind of correlation of what it's doing. I mean, it is slower. It's following the same course as the sun, but it's super, super slow. Or no, I'm sorry. It's super fast, right? It's going quickly. And like the changing of the like crescent to full and all that kind of stuff. It's just all over the place. But when it's full, you know, we are seeing, and it's really funny because it's gonna be an eclipse, right? On what was it, Jeremy? Was it an eclipse or a blood red eclipse on the
blood red moon.
A blood red moon on the last Shabbat of the year.
Actually,
The day before Sabbath.
Yeah.
The day before.
Oh, yeah, the day before the Sabbath. So, like, to me, wow. And, like, the two eclipses showed up inside our two feasts last year. Our two, like, weekly feasts. So it came in on Passover, and it came inside Sukkot. And I was just like, wow, you know, and there's also a couple other correlations. What was it, Jeremy?
The harvest moon on a Day of Trumpets.
Oh, yeah, last year. So it's like these weird things that it's doing on these certain days. Just, you know, we're watching, you know, we understand this calendar that, I mean, it's just so perfect. It's literally so perfect the way it all lines up and all the witnesses we have. And then now we have all these like signs from the moon, but not in the way that we really expected.
And have you considered the Maseroth as well? That a lot of these signs that are spoken of in Scripture are actually signs that are found in the Maseroth, such as the barley. The barley is a constellation that appears in the spring.
Yeah, Spica appears in the spring. That's how we know the head of the year. Also, how we figure that out as well. Marissa does a lot of this work, but she lines up the stars. You know, we find that the sun rises exactly with Pisces on March 16th, which is the divider day, which is the beginning of the year. And then we have Spica, the barley star, also rising at that same time. The only thing that doesn't correlate each and every year is the moon. So, like, it'll come up as a witness, just like we saw this last year, but then it's not consistently going to do that each and every year.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
If I may. I was just, you know, thinking about how, you know, even Enoch says that the moon is peculiar in her course and that she's not, you know, constant. But yet, how is it that, you know, how is it that we are able to know that there's going to be a blood moon on, you know, the day before Sabbath? How do they know that?
Ooh.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you know that?
Yeah, it's a good question.
How do they know when we're going to have an eclipse? How do they know this stuff? Wow. Yeah.
That's so true. You know, because they know the calendar. This is just the same thing as they mark St. Patty's Day, first day of creation week every year.
Exactly.
They know.
Yeah.
They know. And just like how they use that leap day. I mean, they know.
And you know, when you watch Vibes of the Cosmos, which is where some of these you know, shorts that Jeremy just showed come from, I've watched quite a lot of them. I don't agree with everything, but you know, who am I? I don't know. But you know, it talks about and I don't like to use the term black sun, but I don't really know. I mean, that's what they use. And so again, when you think about what is it that is eclipsing the sun, what is able to completely obscure the light of the sun? Because the sun has more light than the moon does by a lot. And that's why it governs the day. And so I'm just saying that they absolutely know what causes these things. They know when they're going to happen. That's why they tell us when it's going to happen, because how else, yeah.
I'm new here, but I don't think eclipses are actually. I don't believe the eclipse is even from Yah. I mean, we don't see it anywhere in the Word either, where it talks about eclipses. So, and I think Sean from had a good study on it, that I think it's actually Hasatan that blocked the sun.
I mean, that very well could be, but I mean, he does talk about the sun being obscured in some instances. Now, I think that's in Revelation. So I don't know if that. I mean, I don't know how old or new the term eclipse is, or who came up with it. But yeah, I don't know. That's a good point.
But yeah, the thing is with the eclipse. From the study I looked at, doing video, the sun and the moon were even near, or the moon was never even near the sun, and how the eclipse actually happened. It came in from the side, and I've seen this myself. I live in Perth, Western Australia. I watched the supposed moon, and I don't believe it was the moon now. It came in from the side, and then it went directly up. So it wasn't even on the right trajectory of coming from the side going to the other side. It went from one side and then shot up. So yeah, I don't believe the eclipses are from Yah, and I think it's actually Hasatan.
Yeah.
I watched that whole thing on Kingdom in Context, and I was kind of buying it too. It's just that it could be more possible that I don't know, that it's the dark moon that's going over the sun. That's kind of what kind of fit to me, because what Sean said, it was, Satan's, spaceship or something like that. Or like, didn't he say like the mothership?
Yeah, I watched that too. I didn't
Yeah.
really know what to think, but
Yeah.
the dark moon, when there's a solar eclipse, there is literally, like, I remembered this past year when we had a solar eclipse, there was the moon was like it was like a half moon, and it was in the sky as the solar eclipse was happening. So if it is the dark moon, that just means that there's no more light in it. But I don't think that's not what's passing over the sun, though, because I saw the half moon in the sky at the same time.
Well,
So
didn't Enoch say that there were two moons?
there's 4 different names for the moon, but I don't think there's 2 moons. She's got 4
Okay.
different names, but I don't. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he said there was 2 moons. I haven't read
Maybe
Enoch in a
just
while.
because he used moons plural somewhere. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere, right?
Well, I think after this last big eclipse last April, it became apparent to many people that there's something fishy going on, because many people cited the moon elsewhere when the eclipse was happening.
Yes.
When something dark was covering up the sun, a lot of people saw the moon elsewhere in the
Correct.
sky. So it's like, okay,
I
the
did
moon's
too.
over there.
Yep.
What is that that's going over the moon? And it woke a lot of people up.
Okay. Yeah. Wow.
So that's how they
I've heard
are
Sean's theory.
scheduling. Huh?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So basically they're scheduling events. That's how they know the eclipse is going to happen, is because they're scheduling it and creating it, is what you're saying?
No, not maybe. I mean, I honestly don't know. I think what I was saying is, I know that they have that big telescope in Arizona, and who knows what they can see. You know, if the telescope is from the Vatican, why is it in Arizona? Why isn't it at the Vatican? What is significant about the area of Arizona that's where it is? I think that they are able to see. I think that they are able to see things. Remember, Hasatan also has been here a very long time, and he knows the signs of the times as well.
I know the mountain, Mount Graham, that it's on is considered a sacred or a holy mountain by the Native Americans. And I've seen that telescope. I prayed against it. Me and Callan blew shofars at it. You know, they don't allow people up to it. Like, you can't just go drive up to it. They have the whole thing gated. Like, the whole mountain's gated off. There's a fence around it. The road up to it has like security guards and so forth. Like, you can't just go drive up there.
Hey, isn't that the one called Lucifer, the telescope?
Yes.
Yeah, it's literally called Lucifer. Yeah.
And they say they had no part in naming it. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen that thing. It's interesting because guess what? It's shaped like a cube as well. You know, these whole black cubes, black Saturn cubes, the pentagon or pentagram, whatever sits in there. It's just all these weird, strange connections. But yeah, I believe they know exactly what's up there. They know exactly what's going on. They know exactly how to calculate it. Because Satan knows the calendar. He knows the word. He knows all of these things much better than any person living. Because he was there when Yahuwah was speaking all these things. He was there giving these commands. Satan knows all these things and exactly what he says.
Oh,
Which is why he's able to twist
I'm
everything
wondering,
so
something
good.
just came into my head now. Well, then if you we also know that they're dealing with projections too. They could make things appear in the sky, and they could probably put a moon off to the side, or perhaps they could try to, I don't know. I mean, they're working on projections and stuff like that.
Lying signs and wonders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, who's to know really what? I mean, could you fake the sun though? No. I mean, you can't fake
Yes,
that
they
heat.
do. They have a patent on the sun. They're
Really?
doing all. Oh yeah. Yep.
What?
Mm-hmm.
To fake the sun?
Yeah. Yeah.
I know
They
the
have.
Chinese have a fake sun.
Yeah, they have a patent, and they can make the sun's light. And I've always wondered, how come when I was young, the sun's light was warm, and now it's burning, and the sun seemed to be a different color than it is now.
Oh, great.
There's all kinds of things we can speculate on, really.
Right. Well, and I've also mentioned to my husband, I never thought of it before until, until everything started, becoming questionable. But I told my husband, I was like, how's it that we know what the weather's going to be like in a week? Again, we know that they have like weather, patents too, where they, from HARP and everything like that. Because I told my husband, I was like, it doesn't make sense. Like, how do we know it's going to snow on that day? I mean, I know you can look at the forecast, but like that far ahead. But then you look at, the wording for and cast, like you're cast, like, they're casting something. I don't know, but I just thought it was interesting because, Yah makes the weather. So, I don't know. I just thought that was weird too. How can we know?
Maybe they can read the stars, because I remember in one of the extra biblical books it talks about I think it was Abraham was looking at the stars to see what the weather was going to do, and then he decided, it doesn't matter anyway because Yah's in control. But maybe they can read the stars. I've been taught that from Hasatan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
it actually talks about that in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well. In the it's called the Zodiac Scroll.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, it
interesting.
talks about Yeah, it'll talk about certain signs that'll happen, and then that'll mean like rain or thunder or lightning, things like that. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, Hasatan is the great magician, smoke and mirrors, great deceiver. There's a lot he can do and a lot that he can't do. Yeah, exactly, sister.
But
Yeah,
he's still very limited and still has to answer to Yah. Like he still has to get Yah's permission for things. We see that in Job. We saw that in Jubilees. Um, and he still gets permission. And everything that Yah is allowing, he's doing it for, to bring about the end times. So though it sucks, we are called to endure and to warn and it, yeah.
yeah, exactly. And I was gonna talk about Sean's thing that he's talking about. He says it's like Satan's mothership or something like that. Well, the only qualms I would have with that is, Satan is a spiritual principality. He's like, he was literally an angel. So he's a spiritual being, a spiritual creature. It wouldn't make sense for him to have some, physical mothership that he's just chilling in all day. I think there's something else spiritual going on up there, and maybe it has something to do with this, they call it the black sun, but maybe it's some kind of object up there that, we just cannot see it physically, but it's existing spiritually, and that's where we get, these eclipses and so forth like that. It's just something I've been thinking about. It doesn't really truly explain all of that. It doesn't give a whole lot of detail, in scripture.
But it's so good that we are, finally willing to ask questions. I mean, because we're not all here to be right. We're here to just look for, the truth. And it could take a lot of wrongs before we finally get to the truth. This journey is nothing but weeding through, the falsehoods and finding that speck of truth that we know that we can feel with, our entire beings. And that in itself opens up more doors for more truth. So, I mean, it's so good that we're asking these questions, no matter if we think it's wrong or not. It's still being open-minded to more of Yah's truth.
Definitely.
When I was watching that little season thing and they were talking about the New Jerusalem and how it could have been physically seen and then like disappeared at the end or close to the end of when the little season came about. I was thinking about how our Abba's worship is in the north and the sides of the north, and how Satan wanted that. And if the Father did have something like that, a city that could be suspended in the heavens, then wouldn't he want something like that? And wouldn't he want to have like his gods, have the stories about this mile big city that's suspended and that sort of thing? That could be, could be communicating that to his astrologers and all that, and they could know exactly when these eclipses were going to happen because they're like communing with him. And these are all thoughts that have gone through my mind anyway.
Yeah. No, it's a good question. Thinking about it, actually, there was an eclipse that happened when Messiah died. Because, it was before the sun went down, and, we just read that. But then the sun turned dark, meaning that was some kind of an eclipse that happened, and then that's when the curtain of the temple was torn in two, and the earthquake happened, all these things.
Right.
Yeah, just very, very interesting.
Well, and again, I remember I found a passage in, I think it was Enoch, that I read to you and Katrina and Marissa when we were all on the call that one Sabbath morning before the Telegram gathering, and that the light of the moon is for the righteous, and that the dark is for the wicked. So if there was an eclipse, when Yahusha died, and that's when the curtain got torn and everything, and the earth quaked. I mean, that was literally like a sign for like the wicked, like y'all did something naughty, like the
Could
light.
you repeat that? The light of the moon is for the righteous. Where did you see that?
So I'm sorry, I'm driving right now, so I can't pull it up in scripture. I'm on my way home, but there was a portion, and I'll have to go back and try to find it if I can. But it said that the light of the moon was for the righteous, and that the dark portion of it was for the wicked. And so, because we're trying to understand, what the moon's purpose is, if not for, days, weeks, months, and years, then, what is her purpose, besides being, a light at night, she rules the night. But she doesn't always,
Agriculture.
yeah, well, and agriculture, but she doesn't always rule the night with all of her light, though, right? Because there's portions of it that come out, and there's portions that go in, and she's only full for about a couple nights, and then she starts to either, lose her light, or yeah. And so, just there being, I didn't know that there was an eclipse when Yahusha died, but that would make sense, the light being obscured would make sense because, again, him dying is, he was innocent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very interesting, maybe there is something spiritual up there, and it has something to do with some kind of, black sun or something, because, I know Vibes of Cosmos talks about that as well. And, showing those videos, like I was saying, I don't agree with everything they would present. And I was really trying to find that video where the guy presents it in more of a biblical kind of way, but maybe it does have something to do with some kind of, black hole sun or something that's in the center, and it's black because, it doesn't absorb, or light is being absorbed into it, and nothing's can be seen out of it, because when something's super dark,
Now, I
like
will
it's
say, has anyone else noticed that when when the moon is completely concealed, I feel like I can still see like the outline, like she's not shining any light, but I can still see like the shape of her. Has
yeah, yeah,
anybody else seen that? Like it's
yeah,
almost like there's like a curtain over it, and I could still
Yes.
see her shape, but there's just no light in her. But I could still see her. Like she's not completely gone. I still see like a faint of her outline.
yeah,
It literally
exactly.
looks like there's a shadow over it.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. The other interesting thing is we took Black Hole Sun. There's that band Soundgarden that has that song called Black Hole Sun. Maybe they're telling it to us in plain sight.
That used
What?
to be one
Who
of
sings that?
my,
The
it's called Black,
band Soundgarden has a song called Black Hole Sun.
Weird. What year did that come out?
like in the 90s.
Huh.
Speaking the same thing earlier.
Yeah, 1994. It came out, and Black Hole Sun by Soundgarden. If you Google it, it's
I will. I'm interested in looking at the lyrics.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite songs growing up, actually. Black Hole Sun. Yeah, it says, black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
like
that's right.
that's one of the lyrics. I don't remember all of them, but I do remember. He's basically talking about the
Yeah.
black hole sun coming.
I'm putting it in the chat. Oh,
On top of it already.
so yeah, it's just pretty much saying, "Won't you come?" Hang my head down, drown my fear till you all just disappear. It's pretty.
Interesting. It says lies the snake.
Oh boy.
Weird.
Stuttering, cold and damp, steal the warm wind. Tired French. Times are gone. Ooh, times are gone for honest men. Sometimes far too long for snakes. In my shoes, walking sleep. In my youth, I pray to keep heaven sent. Hell away. Wow. No one sings like you anymore. Wow. Oh
Yeah.
my.
That's trippy.
That
Could be
is
something in it.
so. Wow.
You know, some guy was mentioning that, when he wrote songs for artists, he said he would like feel this like presence that would give him like motivation for these songs. He's like, I don't understand where I got the lyrics that I did for some of these songs. He said I just felt this presence, and then I just knew what to write down. And that's why music is so powerful, because we know that Yah uses sounds and frequency to make beautiful things, but so does the enemy. And so stuff like that, we don't come up with stuff like that. I'm sorry, we just don't. That's some kind of other force right there, and not a good one.
There's a lot of artists and singers and so forth that say that as well. They say they basically channel someone else and they start writing things, or what's that famous singer, Beyonce or whatever.
Yes, with her Sasha Fierce.
Yeah, like
And then
saying, yeah, it's so wild.
and then Nicki Minaj with Ramon or Romeo or whatever her other alter ego thingy is.
It's definitely coming from somewhere dark, not from light.
Definitely.
Because those lyrics for Black Hole Sun, that's that's pretty trippy and out there. That's you'd have to be a special kind of person to be able to pull out those words.
Yeah, no joke. I would agree. Yeah, it's really crazy because I liked that song when I was growing up, and I had no idea. Like, I would sing it and stuff, but I had no idea what it was really saying. And then when you read the lyrics, it's like, wow. Yeah,
Yeah, but scary. It's no longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tell the truth, and it's no longer a favorite song anymore. That's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it hasn't been a favorite for a long time. Like, I really stopped listening to a lot of the secular music when YAHUAH opened my eyes. Because, I knew all
Well,
the...
you have to, don't you?
Yeah.
But that's a
It's
good
really...
thing that it doesn't hit you the same like it used to. Like,
yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah, like I also, like there's certain songs that I used to listen to and jam out to, and I listen to it now and it literally makes my skin crawl.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Yep. It's coming from darkness into light, isn't it? And the darkness doesn't like the light.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, and Hollywood and the music industry and all that, they're all about Satan and blood rituals and sacrifices and so forth. I'm sure everyone knows about all that here. But yeah, Hollywood, the music industry, whatever it is, you don't get famous without basically selling your soul to Satan. And that's what it is. And you can totally tell.
Wasn't Lucifer head of music in heaven?
Yeah, yeah, he was. And I think that goes along with the frequencies and such that we were discussing a couple of weeks ago as well. Cymatics and sonoluminescence, and it all has to do with frequencies and vibration. And every shape basically has a frequency or a vibration to it as well. And if you match that, like you can basically, that's how some people have determined, that's how the pyramids were built and how they were able to move such, gigantic blocks, is with frequencies and resonations. If you can match that frequency, you can basically levitate things. Or if you go opposite,